All right. We're all locked and loaded. Get everything set up. Hello. Good morning. Well, overall, I was kind of waiting to see what happened in the first 30 minutes. And SMVH. Yeah, that's a lot. Red day this morning. I was kind of looking to see what the market overall looked like. There's a few, green tickers, obviously, but yeah, here's Cero. This is the one we were looking at. I thought it might dump. If you closed around 5 cent, and it's going to be opening around, just a massive. So that makes sense. It had already kind of done its thing yesterday. So if you had a short position, I guess you'd have been in good shape, but did not look healthy. It might rally a bit if it finds a stopping point. You never know. But I'm kind of done with that one anyways. So yeah, everything kind of down today. Down, down, down. AMC went down and double bottomed, which is fine. If you might be wondering what I'm talking about this previous bottom over here. We talked about this setup yesterday and how when you have I wish there was I don't know why I did the diagram. I don't know which chart I did it on, but I did a little diagram on bottoms. It was a really simple diagram, and it applies right now to AMC, so that's why I was like, well, maybe it'd be good to have it, but I don't have it. So just to quickly recap it, if you missed it, let's say this is the bottom that you hit, the blue line over here. You come up, you make a high. This actually looked pretty healthy. It didn't make an immediately new low, but it did come up and then distribute and come low. And during that process, it then rebounds, but it doesn't come up as high. So what does that mean? Well, it kind of depends on the setup, I guess. And honestly, for AMC, I probably need to zoom in a little bit more because on the time frame, because I need to see what happened with this creek here. So there was a creek down at really low. So it's kind of unfortunate. So it's really far down there, and it did not check it on the way out, which I don't like for AMC. It's usually not a good sign, unfortunately. There's another one here that it looks like a fake break. Yeah, and they took advantage for whatever reason. Maybe they're taking advantage of this quote-unquote holiday. It's not really a holiday. It's not a celebration. You're mourning Jimmy Carter, but it feels like they took advantage of that and gave us a little bit of hopium yesterday and then dumped it. I will zoom in even more on this in a minute because I want to see what this particular structure looks like. If you are up here, kitty, you can be up here. My cat Imogen's trying to get on my lap. You want to come up? Come up. But don't mess with my face. These cats always try to stick their face in my face. Tails in my face. There you go. You can sit nice. Hey, good morning, Goblin Slayer. Imogen's are one of our female cats. She's the one that lives inside, and she's one of the smallest cats, but she's also the most feisty and sometimes the most disobedient, I guess, if that's the word you want to use for cats who just don't listen to people. Obstinate. She's super, super affectionate, and she's constantly wanting attention, even though she doesn't want to have a real relationship. She's just abusive towards people. Anyways, she's trying to get in my lap, so I was like letting her get in my lap. Yeah, so we had talked about yesterday maybe if this is an LSPY, which is just a bear flag, then it dumps. There was good indication because it had jumped some creeks that might not be the case. It has some potential here. And there's a couple other things that we've used in the past to help us. I I guess what I want to say is I have like mixed feelings about the setup here, because there's a bit of a problem with maybe the way this kind of transpired with that reverse, not that reverse split, but the offering. And you can see that 127.32, let's get back close to it, that the parallel structure here definitely like lined it up. You can see that these particular creeks, these two creeks, point towards this intersection around 394. Not surprisingly, that's where we are now. You know, I don't put a lot of emphasis on this kind of triangulation. I don't think I've ever really done that. Meaning, like, if it's it looks like it's gonna intercept there, maybe that's where it breaks out, sure. But why we came back to that level, not really sure there's any major significance. Maybe you could say that this is just, again, the direction that bears are moving, direction that bears are moving. It makes sense in that regard. The problem is that when we left, we did not check that bottom. Now, I want to preface this by saying in 2021, and there's a couple other examples of this, it's not the only one, but we talk about it a lot, so it's easy for me to bring it up and just kind of go back and look at it. There is a situation where you will not come back and check a creek again. And I believe 2021 actually has a couple of those moments. So in 2021, when it came down to it, if you go back and you look at the jump that was made here, there's never really a test. Now, does it do a backward test? Yeah, it goes down to 15. Does it fill the gap? Yes. But unlike most of our setups, this creek particularly doesn't ever really find a retest. Now, if you look at the other one, you might think, well, that does, right? No, not even. You know, like there's nothing here that ever kind of makes it back. You know, the best way to do this particular setup, and you might be like, why are you talking about this? Because I'm talking about the current way it looks on AMC, and you know, hey, it could be bad, right? But we need to know this. Even this, like this is the middle. None of these get met when it comes back down. So there are some instances where like the creek doesn't get checked. If you're finishing off like a range or if you're about to mark up, it may not be that important. You know, once you jump the creek and you've pushed resistance, the goal might not be to go check that creek again. The goal might be to just advance. Even still, I would look closer at this and suggest to you that it still has another creek jump that isn't checked either. So this is another example, excuse me, that's kind of similar to what we're talking about right now, where there's a lot of jumps that happen that are not ultimately, they're not checked, right? This one's kind of tested right on the nose, but I don't know if you can see that very well. Let me zoom in a bit. Okay, so what does that mean, Booksy? It's not going to check. I wouldn't go so far as to say it shouldn't check. I mean, there's a generalized principle, right, in the market that when you jump a resistance or a support, whatever you're pushing, you're going to go back and test it again. But there are some irregularities here and there. Obviously, this is a markup phase, and during this markup phase, back in January on the 15th, there's no tests. This comes back to bite us way later in the future, like 2.5 years later, right? When you're trying to rally and you're dying because, you know, we have all these massive gaps that are left behind, 22 gaps or something. So even in the case of like this, which is a markup phase, there's no real solace for that, right? Like it doesn't ultimately end well. So I mean, temporarily, if you don't jump the creeks, is it going to break? If you jump the creeks and you don't check them, is it going to break the chart? No. I would say that you guys are pretty smart, and I think from what I hear from everybody, you've got a pretty good grasp, if not a better grasp, on the market than the average Joe. I think you could probably just intuitively know at this point that there's not going to be a single answer every time. And I don't, you know, aside from like this being kind of like the middle, this back test doesn't really do anything. Now, that being said, are there differences between what we're experiencing now and what we experience here, maybe on the bottom? Answer is yeah, there are. So one of the things that we're about to kind of talk about is just this idea that this actually creates a bottom here, and then it goes up into a distribution, and when it recovers, it doesn't recover immediately. So if you wanted to say like, well, maybe it's like a small version, blah, 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 that's fine. But eventually it makes a higher high and finds support. And that's really, really, really important when we're looking at a bottom structure. So yesterday we talked about this, that there's a resistance push in addition to a creek jump, and that matters. I don't think that's something you should, you know, dismiss. So when we go back to the current time frame, we're lacking right in that area right now. There is no higher push. I'm pretty sure, and I've said this before, and I do mean it, I'm pretty sure this is going to at least come back to like the 430 area. But I'm really looking at whether or not we get to 450, and that would be very significant for us because, again, we made that push up to about 440. So if we're looking for that higher push, we definitely want to see that make that advancement. So right now, the issue is that we've done this. We kind of chopped up. We did jump some creeks. We are backing up really far, right? Basically, they're resetting us on a floor prior to this day off on the market. I would love to say that it's actually touching a creek right now, but I'm not really seeing that. Yeah, I mean, they're just maybe this right here. This is kind of like the two outstanding. Yeah, maybe these two instead. It's a bit odd because it's like it's the difference between this, which is going here, and this, which is going here. So we lost one creek, we held another, and then we're retesting the floor. The simplest way to put this would be we don't want to lose this floor. We don't want to lose 393. Like if I'm going to just boil it down to like one thing, like that would be it. Like if we drop 393, we're definitely losing this trend, and I don't see anything else to give us a lot of support going backwards. There's another really small creek here, but that was already tested. It's kind of like, why would you go back there? I don't know at this point. Maybe just to make people flip out, drop that level and hit like 389. Yesterday we talked about the big picture analysis on AMC quite a bit at the end of the stream. And what we determined was, if I'm right, and I don't know, you know, I could be wrong, but if I'm right about this, then we're already kind of in the middle zone of this big wave here. And I did the measurement out, and the lowest I could get it to go was like 380. And that would have to be, again, I said dropping into like Thursday, Friday. So you guys are like, well, thanks, Booksy. Well, the good news is, at least for us, that if it's truly the end of the wave, then it really doesn't make a lot of sense beyond that to go any lower. In that they've established a middle section. Therefore, if we go beyond that, we're going beyond the 50-50 stretch, which really just kind of confirms downside at that point. So at least we have a number, you know, like a pretty solid number that we can use. Does 380 make sense? You know, maybe not for what we want, but is it a reasonable expectation, perhaps? Actually, you know, I did that wrong. I don't know. Maybe. I think it would just be a retest of this other trend that I've got on here, which I don't want to go back through all that, but it's like basically a massive creek. That could be a very positive thing because, again, in 2021, we actually came back and checked like the major creek down from the top. And I would compare it to something of the same thing if we hit that and bounced. I personally think we already did it, which is why I'm like not really sure why we do it again. But I guess if we didn't do it, we didn't do it, you know. This 387 to me, it looks like it hits it. So I'd be a little bit confused as to like why we're going back through it again. It's the widest creek from the top that I can draw. So again, it's sort of a matter of like, do you think it's ultimately bearish or bullish? Because if it's bearish, then the whole purpose of that would be to just dump the creek, you know, and sort of remove any doubt. But I'm looking at it like, nah, it looks like it hit it, you know, like it's right on it. So unless we're just going to go check it again right here, I don't know why we would go down to 380. 380 was a number that I think more than one person talked about. Like I talked about it a long time ago, long time ago. It came up in some of the triangulation. I want to say it was back in like August or something, because it was when we had jumped over and we were looking backwards at these guys, talking about how like 380 seemed to be possibly in view. But later on, I didn't talk about it much. And I remember somebody bringing it up, somebody else. I know there was a few people that at least said something about it. Otherwise, I don't really have any particular reason why 380 would be hit. It's just there. So is it possible, Booksy, that it goes down to 380 and that somehow is a good thing and it doesn't make a lower low? I gotta say, like at some point, you gotta have a change of character, right? So I'm not gonna AMC talk all day. We're gonna kind of get this through, and then we're gonna do some trade hunting. Hey, get down from there. Get down. No. Jeez Louise. No, it was a cat. I'm calling PETA. I clapped my hands so that he heard me. It was my big cat jumping up, trying to get on the fridge or something. Do they not have somewhere high to go? No, he definitely has a high stand. He's just not using it. Long story short, when we went on vacation, my cats were left by themselves for a bit, and they all changed, and they all became extremely, I would say they probably were anxious, you know. We had someone checking in on them and helping them out, but they don't like strangers. So they all have this weird, like, anxiety now, and they also, like, they haven't chilled out yet. They also got behind our fridge, which is weird. Like, I don't know how or why they did that. They just deemed it was a good place to hide or something. I don't know. They got behind our fridge, and they've been jumping back there lately. I wouldn't care that much if I didn't mind cats being in my kitchen, but I don't like cats in the kitchen because they get hair and they put their paws on everything. And you guys are like, oh, it's so cute. Yeah, but they also lick their paws, they lick their bottom, they lick their paws. They put their paws in their litter box. I mean, there's all kinds of problems with cats' paws. So I'm like, I get that they're cute and they're mostly clean creatures, but we don't let them on the counters in the kitchen. And all three of my cats have been trying to get on the counters since we got back. They definitely were there messing around when we left. So, c'est la vie. There's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, I spritzed him with the water so he would get down. A roundhouse. You guys are funny. No, I'm not roundhousing my cats or hitting my cats. I don't do that. That's horrible. I do spray them. Yeah. All right. Anyways, that's the whole story. So we've been kind of retraining our cats to stop doing those things again. They were fine. I never had any problem. One of my cats is like my best cat. He's like gone completely off the rails. I feel really bad for him because I was like, man, what the heck happened, dude? He was like never, ever, ever, ever getting in trouble. Like ever. Like he was the most obedient cat, which is just saying something. I don't know why he was. He just didn't care. He didn't care to like disobey. Now he's like the ringleader or something. I don't know. Who knows? All right. So anyways, back to this. Let's get back to the chart here. So what I was about to say was that at some point you have to make a higher low. You can't just keep making lower lows. And you might think, hey, that's pretty obvious. Like, of course we need to make a higher low. Right. But remember when we walk down, and we kind of talked about it yesterday because we were talking about Fubo. Fubo has this really nice walk down, and it has a really clean shrinking iteration. When you're walking down and you keep iterating like, oh, we're going to break lows and then drop low. Oh, and then we're going to break lows and then we're going to drop low. Like, what signifies the eventual change of character is that you don't do that. So we could say like here, yeah, it's okay that if you could come low again, but really we don't want to come low again. So maybe there's a way to kind of finagle this where, oh, it comes down and this is really the true low, and then it builds out and then it comes back up. But from my point of view, I'm like, look, at that point, we're just kind of stretching it thin, right? We're trying to make an argument that doesn't make sense, you know? So I got to be just straightforward when I say, like, I don't really want to make a new low, you know? Like, if that's where we're going, I don't think it's a great thing. Even if I think 380 could be the bottom, even if I think that could be a creek hit, even if I think that it could rally after that, it doesn't really matter. Like, this could be a stiletto, like we call those M crosses, you know. It could be. Where it's like a shallow S-curve where it's coming down and then going outward and then dropping low. Sure. But it doesn't do like a full S-curve. Sure, it could be. But again, at that point, you're just kind of like stretching this idea thin where you're kind of like, oh, well, we just keep making lower lows. It's fine. No, it's not. I mean, you want to see the change of character. So like one of the things that bothers me about this setup right now is it didn't even breach like the high at 415. I was saying yesterday, I don't really want to talk that much about AMC unless it gets back above 415. And so not ironically, you know, it went to like 413, almost to like tease or something, and then it dumps away from it. I don't think that number is negotiable. The reason for that is numerous, but there's some very clear reasons. We did leave 415 very, 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 very strongly. So you guys are like, what do you mean very, 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 very strongly? Well, we basically rejected off of it 1, 2, 3 times evenly back here, and then we have 1, 2, 3 other distributions above it. It is not negotiable. Like, and I mean that in like the sense of there's no reason to have any confirmation, so to speak, until we get back over that 415, maybe to 420 range. So I'm still looking at this like, yeah, there's pretty clear and evident reason why we didn't go over that. The operators, the people that are driving the price around with the big money are not interested right now in giving it away. Maybe it's kind of a soft reveal that we're not seeing that, but I have to just kind of take it for what it is. So when I look at this, I'm like, all right, the only way out of this at this point is now to jump the outer creek. And this is where things get, unfortunately, a bit messy. So, how so, Booksy? Well, creeks aren't just trends, okay? So first of all, I'm making trends, but really it's a flexibility. If you wanted to, what we could do is kind of shade in these little dual triangles on this cross here, and the creek would be somewhere in between those, because this would have been the angle that you're coming in, and then you're making a new high. More than likely, this trajectory is shared. So your creek is essentially trajectory shared. What are you talking about, Booksy? Meaning that, like, think about like tangents on a curve, right? That's what I meant to say. So this would be the area where you'd have to kind of regain momentum. And right now, as the crow flies, it's obviously right up here at like 412. Later, if it takes till next week, maybe Monday, it's going to be like 404 to 410. So that little projection is going to be really, really important going forward. And frankly, beyond that, there's not a lot of hope. I don't want to be like horrible about it. We already talked about everything else. We've talked about OBV, we've talked about RSI, we've hit every note that we possibly could hit on AMC. We've talked about the big picture, we've talked about the shift values, we've talked about the cross intersections of those and how that times out. We did all that timing stuff yesterday. There's reason to think that you would, somewhere between January 16th and February 16th, you could give it a month here because they're both, it's almost perfectly a month, that this could be the portion of where you take off, right, and head to the upside. But frankly, again, it's not exactly, it's not rocket science, but it's also not perfect science, right? It's like, it's there, but it has to be taken. So there's things that have to happen locally, and this is kind of where I've been every single day this week, talking about it since coming back to stream. Was like, it seems pretty simple, and it's not really a great buy until it's time, you know. So if this holds 393, I'm happy with that today. If it doesn't, I'd be a little bit grumpy, kind of have to reevaluate. If it breaks above 415, if it gets above this 410 level, yes, there's a gap. Maybe that matters, you know. Then we would be in a little bit better of a position perhaps going into the end of the week. Massive dump here. I mean, just massive. Was there news or something? Maybe there was news. I don't know. It seems like the whole market's like selling, but, or at least small caps, having a bit of a sell down. All right, see, I wanted to check this out and see what it looks like up close. It looks like we dropped some 15-minute EMAs. Hang on a second. Yeah, my cats are going crazy today. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so it looks like we jumped some creeks here, we jumped some EMAs, then we just dumped right back through them. This is just an ugly setup. I'm going to check something real quick. This was probably a sign of weakness, and I just didn't catch it yesterday right here. I can't really tell. It looks like that hit first, though, since it ended green. Yeah, it made a higher low. I don't know if that would have been a sign of weakness. But it broke the creek, which is weird. See how like immediately pushed down beneath that creek and then recovers and then takes it up and dumps low? That's the kind of stuff you got to watch for. So perhaps this was in view. Yeah. You know, for as often as I catch this stuff, it's funny how I just don't like, I don't know. You need to develop a trading method for it because this happens all the time on AMC. Like all the time. This is definitely our operators like game. They love to push it up and then do a sign of weakness and then take it back up to the top. It's not even unique. I mean, it's in a lot of other stock patterns. You see it, we saw it yesterday on a couple charts as well. But that sign of weakness is almost always, I mean, this is literally that top that we looked at a while back. And, all right, things are getting a little bit crazy here at the house. Hold on. Catastrophe today. It's a catastrophe. Yeah, this is the same kind of top we looked at. Remember we looked at MPW a while back? Some of you guys are like, we've always looked at MPW. What do you mean a while back? Remember we looked at the top there, and we talked about how that was a almost universal top. Like it goes, I don't even know. We went through like 3 or 4 different charts at that time and looked at those tops. And macro, micro to macro kind of thing, right? Like this is the exact same top. This is like a major sign of weakness right here. This is a macro top on MBW. You know, it generates, maybe not perfectly, but it generates kind of a downward channel. And this does indicate like where you're going to go way later, you know. It signals probably to the market that this is going to come down. It's getting weak. There's a weakness, major sign of weakness. It's going to come down later. Then they take it back up and they go back to the top. And they do a distribution. It sometimes has a little bit of an up thrust. It makes a higher high right at the very end. And then it dumps and goes the other way. I can't tell you how many times we've seen this. It's like a million times. And you don't think to expect it on like a micro level here. And it's the same exact thing. Like this is the exact same thing. You had a jump over a creek, but then immediately it dumps back below. And then we take it back up for like a double top distribution, basically. And so this is a really common, I wouldn't even call it a problem because it is a problem. It does look like a higher low. It's confusing. It makes you think that there's some kind of a strength there because it's holding on, right? But really it's like a weakness. And the volume is a pretty big indicator here as well. Like it's a lower volume push to a higher high. And then the volume like drains out of it. I mean, just brutal, right? And it's even, maybe in some ways, it's a bit telling that this is where the gap is. I don't know why that would be. You guys may have ideas about that. But that drop in the buy up, you know, that must be some part of where the buying and selling is being fabricated. I don't know. Is it the same for MPW? Maybe not. This is a huge chart, but you guys are like, well, that's March. That's not. Yeah, I know, but the recovery never went and broke above, so it ends up becoming this sign of weakness. And it was already derived earlier. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say how that might play into it. But this right here is kind of obvious. It's like, oh, it's right there. So what does that mean? Are we already experiencing another one? Are we going to go down further? I don't know. Let's check it out. See if we can find the answer. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's no way, again, I try not to sugarcoat anything, but there's just not a lot of sugarcoating to happen here anyways. Like, make it sound better than it is. Yeah, aside from hitting that marker, I can't say that looks very positive. It really looks like it dumped through every possible support here. It's got to make a higher low at this point. I mean, that's all there is to it. So this would have been also a sign of weakness. Same deal. It's literally the exact same thing we see right here. It makes a low, it comes up again, makes another low, comes up even higher, but then goes back down and makes another low. It's like, oh, make up your mind, stock. Well, that kind of volatility isn't common at all with accumulation. It's almost always distribution. You usually have a lot more boring, almost, I would say, consistency. So that actually does hit it right on the nose. So that's a good thing. Glad I fixed that line. So yeah. So this marker indicates downside. This marker right here indicated downside. Without going too crazy on this, let's see if we can. All right, yep, it's pinpointing. So I've got this pretty well nailed down now. I didn't look at this yesterday, so if you're like grumpy about it, I mean, I really didn't look at the micro yesterday at all. I don't know what to tell you. I knew that it needed to hold above 403, and it didn't. I knew that was the case coming back up here. It looks like the target is like 392, which isn't horrible, but it is a new low from the previous bottom, so we'll see. That looks like the comfort zone, so to speak, on Wednesday here. Yeah, and maybe some of that comes back to, again, like where we left here. I didn't chart this. This was December 31st, so I hadn't touched this yet. I mean, I don't know. I tested that one, so not really sure why we would go back there just because. Whatever. I don't know. We don't always need a reason. Sometimes it's just there. There's some reason. Somebody left something on the table liquidity-wise. This looks like a really good spring, by the way. Like this little bottom right here looked really solid. So I'm kind of disappointed that we haven't made the advancement yet. My real question isn't bound to this. It's more about this area, because this backup is just a backup. I mean, I don't like it. I think it comes really deep, but ultimately it could just be a retracement, right, from this run, like a 1-2, if you will. So that 392 is a 786 level. So maybe that's what's in view here. It's just a simple fib retrace to get you back down to like the 786. It's a lot of delay tactics. All right, so slightly bigger picture. We've got a little bit of an issue. So we didn't make a higher high. We haven't checked some of these, I would call them maybe ice levels. Then we got pretty close to this one. Didn't quite get there. We still need to get over 415, and then we still need to breach 450 is a much bigger jump that needs to happen. That's a big deal one. And frankly, if you were waiting just for a markup from here to wherever we think we might go, 450 is kind of that level. These others are just stepping stones to get there. I think if we hold above 392 here, and we make that advancement, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape going into next week. So let's just hope that that's where we go. Hope! Yeah. I mean, I can't control the price, and at this point, on the big picture, the setup's there. It's fine. It could totally happen. The only issue that we found was the only issue that we really had was the OBV maybe needing to drop more, and that was kind of it. So at this point, we're really just waiting for this micro stuff to work itself out. Who knows? Maybe it'll be something unexpected today. Let's take a look at GME. Right, so 392 low, 415 high. That's kind of the areas you want to see for confirmations. You don't want to see below, if you're bullish, you don't want to see below 392. If you're bullish, you want to see it push above 415. I don't know, nothing really to say here. Why even bother? You should probably check and see if this actually made a higher high. That's about the only thing I care about, I guess, at this point. So maybe it did. I don't know. Let's take a look. Huh. can't see it because that silly thing, Booksy. Yeah, no. I don't want to get rid of my box, so. All right, so this high was 34.37, and this high is 34.40. So, from an objective kind of, hey, is that still, is that okay standpoint, you know, I think it needed to make a higher high. That's necessary. I guess what you don't want is you don't want it to drop and then close back beneath 33, which is where we are. At the end of the day, that's not really what you want. So yesterday we closed at 33.06, right? So that's good. You don't really want to dump through. There could be an SOS with a backup. Locally here on the 1 hour, this looks bearish divergent, these two tops. And on the 1 hour, these two tops also look bearish divergent. I hate that there's like a caveat for everything. Like there's always like an exception for the rule, right? But that is the case here. There's a exception to the rule in that when we went to check out what happened in 2021, there also existed some pretty massive bearish divergences during this area that we would consider to be a similar structure. It's not exactly the same. It's pretty close. It's a rotational symmetry in the middle of an S-curve. So this would be like the beginning, the middle, and then there's an end in view. And that S-curve in 2021 has bearish divergence in the center. What's interesting about it is it does correct at the very end, but that would have been like where we saw it here at 30.90. And we were talking about that 30.90 because I was like, well, that would be where the correction needs to stop, and then it needs to advance. It's unfortunate maybe for us because we're trying our best to be good trade, use these trade indicators appropriately. It's unfortunate for us because, that clearly is like still divergent. It's like, I can't really express how uncertain that is, because, which I wish I wasn't the case. It's like normally if I saw something like this, and I've said it hundreds of times on the stream, I'd be like, yeah, it looks bearish divergence, end of story. It's probably going to turn down. And because it's been doing it for a while, you would say, well, maybe it's going to keep have even a bigger turn down. But it did make lows, it did reset RSI, and in a very similar way, this is doing like the same thing that this did on a bigger picture. So it's got a lot of bearish connotation to it. Like I got to be just straightforward. There's a sense of shrinking. There's a sense of to the upside. There's a sense of weakening to the upside. As great as it might look from a price point perspective, like it looks very similar. As great as it might look as holding these levels, if I were just using RSI as an indicator and I was like religiously like, hey, you should only use RSI or something like that, I would probably be not super thrilled. Even though, yeah, it's resetting continuously, which is fine, and you want that on lower time frames, it doesn't look great. It just doesn't, And so like zooming out, we kind of looked at this, and this is massive divergence. I mean, the price from November 12th till now has been increasing, but the RSI has been dumping and actually breaking down. So either this is like a reset of RSI, again, in the middle of an S-curve, which I think is possible, or it's getting, weaker. Now, volume doesn't seem to be dropping significantly. We were kind of lacking some of those major buy-ins, but the average volume seems pretty high. It seems fairly consistent. I don't see a massive drop in volume, which probably is a good thing. I would be concerned though, if you're somebody that's like concerned about it distributing, I would be very careful and look at this and say, well, is this, shorts covering, re-entering, covering, re-entering, covering, re-entering kind of thing? Like, is that what's going on here, or is it a buy-in? Volatility wise, I'd say it looks a little more distributive, but we're not making major signs of weakness left and right. It keeps making higher lows. So that's positive. You know, you're not getting that kind of, oh, we made a higher high and then immediately dip to a low. Like AMC, we were just talking about, has these weird little micro patterns where it's pumping higher and then it immediately comes down and makes a new low, and then you think it's going to go back up again. Really, they're just taking it up to distribute. That's not what we're seeing on GME. So I feel pretty good about GME. I mentioned yesterday that I don't see it as particularly bearish. I'm just keeping my eyes open. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. And if I were picking one or the other, I'd say I'm bullish on GME. But I still like to look and see what's there. So my bigger concern, I suppose, at this point would be a potential bearish divergent top. So if this at some point, how do you confirm that it's a top, Booksy? Well, like I said, if at some point this distributes back down through 3180, I think you're in great danger. You know, danger, Will Robinson. And if you drop beneath 3066, for sure, I think dumping this level would be potentially catastrophic. It's not impossible that results in some kind of a spring action locally, like a major dive in order to reverse. But we'd have to wait until it happens to kind of analyze that possibility. I'm not going to say, like, that's what's going to happen. They're going to dump it just to fake you out. No, I don't think you could predict that at this point. It's not impossible. There's a creek we jumped. We've tested it like twice. It's not impossible that if operators wanted to shake out folks and get a final buy-in, that they might dump it back below 31. But on the whole, you see this little green bar I've got. I don't want to go back through this on the big picture, right? So maybe 29.91 would be like the best, like absolute low. Like I think that would make me really nervous losing that. And frankly, then it sort of confirms this divergent top, right? And you end up with just like a massive divergent top here. I mean, look at it. It's huge. That would be pretty catastrophic. And I do think the way I have this drawn out is probably right if this ends up being a divergent top. So I am not bearish on GME. Again, I'm just saying that if it confirmed to the downside, it would be potentially very, very ugly. You have to remember, like, relative strength index is trying to tell you, in some ways, it's a reflection of that price and volume action and how it relates to buying and selling. And we can go and look at the formula to get like nitty gritty on it, but it's exactly what it sounds like, strength. If the strength is weak when you're still trying to advance, that's not always a positive. Now, sometimes we need to breathe, and that's where I'm saying, like, that could be the interpretation here on my part, is like, I think maybe it's just breathing room so that we can make another advancement. And this could be the middle of like an S curve. Totally makes sense. When you're marking up, you often stop and flag for a bit to chill out. The issues that I have with it are just purely from a objective standpoint. Like, this is technically bearish divergence. It would be unwise to ignore that as a possibility and just to say because it's GME it's going to go up. I think that's really not smart. So don't be that guy, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe try to be a little bit more objective about it, because this is what it is right now. Is it confirmed? No. That's what I'm trying to give you information about. So I'm trying to tell you, like, I think that confirmation is bleeding back beneath 29.90, because that would indicate this is probably a top, especially if it drops this white creek that I've got coming down, which is that parallel. That would be a huge, huge deal. So for now, that's kind of where I'd leave it with GME. So both AMC and GME are in a place where if that setup can hold, they both should have pretty good runs in store. Beazle, stop. They both should have pretty good runs in store. But I don't think that it's a guarantee. Period. Okay. And I'm giving you guys the levels that I think are the most relevant right now. All right. So for what I wanted to do today, it's going to be a little different. I don't think, depending on what happens, I guess we'll see how the day goes. I don't think we're going to spend a huge amount of time just charting every little thing. We're probably going to look overall and see what we want to see across the market in terms of trades. So I had a list that I made a long time ago, like a watch list for myself, but I want to kind of reset that and look for a new watch list. Again, to try to find some more consistent trades. Yesterday, I talked about 2 trades that I really like. And when we're talking about trade hunting, so to speak, there's a lot of ways to do it. So some folks will use like Fintel. That's a good resource. And there's a couple others that allow you to search for different kinds of trades. You can use the stock screener here on TradingView as well. And you basically just set criteria for what you want to look for. We might use that today. I've used it a few times. A lot of times what I do is I look for companies, or I think of ideas, and then I look for companies that kind of match those ideas. It's not necessarily that I'm looking for something that's the best performer, although I will then at some point get to that. So usually it starts with the idea and then go from there. So like a long time ago, Diamondback Energy was one that I had. If you look them up, they basically run like oil rigs and other things like that. Now oil, controversial, sure. In our day and age, we're starting to see a big shift towards renewable energy sources. Don't think there's anything wrong with renewable energy sources. I like some renewable energy stocks too. We also have things like new emerging markets, right? And people that are addressing those emerging markets with different kinds of commodities or different kinds of energies, things like that. So there's all kinds of ways that you could choose to trade the energy market. You could trade based on, again, simple things like you could just go straight to the oil, right? And say, I just want to trade the oil indexes or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Natural gas, whatever it is. Those are all perfectly legitimate, and they may be very well lucrative too. So we might want to look at those. You could go to the same thing for renewable energy. And that's what I did, is I went to look for renewable energies, and then I thought to myself, I would like to get into something that is providing infrastructure, because in my mind, one of the greatest problems with renewable energies right now, if you look at, for example, let's just say electric vehicles, is they lacked infrastructure. And once that infrastructure is in place, there's a lot more lucrative, first of all, but also like for the trader, but also more likely that people are going to buy those vehicles, so on and so forth. When I drove across the country, I drove about 2,000 miles total, there and back, to see family. And I'll tell you something. If you live in a rural area like I do, you'll probably see like no Teslas, like at all. But I noticed 2 things. Number one, when we were driving through Atlanta, Teslas were just as common as any other vehicle on the road. Like, I'm being dead serious. Now, I noticed Teslas more than I noticed other vehicles, so there's a little bit of a bias there. But I'm like, yeah, infrastructure matters. And in infrastructure, in places where you have easy access to like electric vehicle charging stations, a lot of people, and you have, I guess, a lot of money too, people that earn a lot in like city environments, for example, typically, you definitely have Tesla. I saw just as many Teslas on the road as like Fords or anything, really. I mean, it was every other like 10 cars, which is, I mean, again, on average, you kind of see a myriad on the road. So I'm like, man, there's a lot of people who own Teslas in this Atlanta area. When you get to the rural areas, you see like none, right? Because there's no infrastructure for it. So I had this idea in my head. So that just kind of confirmed my thought process on that. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Just basic stuff, right? That's the thing about trading is like, yes, I like to chart. I like to do those things. But when I'm thinking about ideas for the future, you're really no different than anybody else. It's a matter of what do you think is going to be profitable in the future, and how do you think you get into that industry, or how do you think you kind of back that through your purchase of stock, and what do you think is going to be ultimately, And what I like to do is I play 2 different kinds of plays. I like the background trades. So I like the people that provide things to people, because they're not front men, so they don't have to deal with as much publicity. You almost never hear about them. Well, the good news of that is they tend to be a little bit more stable, not all the time. But what I've found is that those stocks that provide those services, like the background services, because they're not front and center in like the media, they don't tend to get as much publicity. Like, so we know Tesla, right? Well, does Tesla buy parts from somebody else? Probably. I don't know that much about Tesla, but they probably do. So that manufacturer of parts might be a publicly traded company. Well, they've got a sweet gig. Tesla is one of their buyers, right? And they're not the ones that are in the front and center limelight, right? So they don't tend to have as much volatility. Now, depends on your trading strategy, but that could be something that you want or don't want. So I'm just telling you my preferences so you understand why when I look at things, like what am I doing? I tend to enjoy when I'm looking for stability, I tend to enjoy that for swing trades that are going to be more or less probably shares only or just really simple 1 week to 2 month kind of trades. Those are sort of midterm swings. So a long time ago I had this one and I went back to it and checked it out yesterday, and I agree that it's still a really good I think it's still a really good trade. And I looked at it and it's got a massive daily divergence on the bottom here. It's almost confirmed because it's coming up to the creek. This is Fang, F-A-N-G. It sounds like something different. I guess it's like Diamondback Fangs. I don't know what they're supposed to be saying here. But it's basically just an oil rig. So they're not the ones that are, it's not directly tied. I mean, it is indirectly tied to, I would say, well, no, it is directly tied to oil, but it's like the production of. Does that make sense? So again, if it's not for you, then don't trade it. I checked the chart out. I think it's a really good chart. And I didn't really do a whole lot on it just to kind of determine that, yeah, it's pretty straightforward here. If this can make an advancement, we should see it come back up and test the top at 211. So I did a check on options contracts, and I looked at contracts for 260 way out here in, I think it was late 2025, but I think I looked at January 2026, 260 contracts. So again, it's like, well, why would you do that? Why not just own shares? Because they do pay a dividend. Well, you can. The shares are expensive, so it just depends on. It just depends on what your motive is, right? And what you want to earn. And what I found is that the January 2026 contracts, you would have to have like $1,000 to buy like 3. Okay? But in theory, if you could buy at least 3, you could make a sizable amount if it gets there by that time. But also, more than likely, the trade isn't actually here. This is like a far off trade. It's a leap. It's a little safer. It protects you from volatility locally. But what's most interesting to me, I suppose, is this idea that this probably doesn't, I'm going to guess that this doesn't advance all at once. Like we might see something along these lines where it comes up and kind of does a 50% and then it goes back down into this earnings report. So this may not be like a trade that is taken right now. We could wait until later and see what happens. But what seems to be most common in looking back at these markup periods is that most typically after it makes that retracement on this channel, it comes back up to test the previous top. That makes sense because in a channel that would be structured in a way that you're testing the top and you're advancing through like the center fold, really. So most of the time when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, it's pretty consistent, and this is a long-term chart. It goes back to 2021 here. I mean, it's a decent chart, decent trend, long-term trend. We're talking about a 4-year trend, right? That's good. What about Wyckoff stuff, Booksy? It doesn't really apply here because each time it's going up, it's just distributing and then accumulating and distributing and accumulating. It's really micro level kind of things, right? There could be an argument about distribution if you wanted to take a gander at this being like an M thing. I think it's more likely like a big old S curve right? That it actually breaks out farther and it leaves this channel to the upside, not to the downside. But it's possible, I suppose, that it comes up and it fakes out here at 210 and then drops. Either way, I'm like looking at this like, look, it's a simple trade. I've got a potential objective because of the wave that this goes roughly into 2026 up in the 260s. I have some kind of an objective of like where this might be in the future based on waveform analysis that thus far has been very accurate. Again, I'm not going to like do this every single time we talk about a chart, but like here, for example, when you look at these structures to the downside, most of the time what you're going to see is that wave is pretty accurate. It may not be like perfect, and what you want to use is use the existing, as opposed to just using like the cross, which you can see is a little off, is use the existing markers. So this is roughly 50% across, but then we would use like the existing markers, and you can see right here, these two bottoms, I mean, it's close. Again, is it perfect? No. It's a little off. I would probably have done it like right here because that hook. And it would have been off by, I don't know, like a few weeks. Really close. All right. So this is important because as we look at this one was like dead on, you know, right there. I mean, it comes right back down to test that creek. So I'm looking at the next one up and I'm seeing that 50-50 across right there. And it actually is pretty darn close, if not right on where that intersection is. Could it be lower? Could it be higher? Yeah, a bit. It could be a bit lower. It could be a bit higher. But overall, it's pretty good. So when I look at this, I'm like, it seems a pretty solid play, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So right now, this may not look like the most interesting stock to you. You may have like less interest in it than other stocks. But this is what I don't understand, right? I'm sitting here talking about good trades, right? And we went from like 45 people down to 30 people, right? Like really quick. So those things are like really bizarre to me because I'm like, well, look, this is an expensive trade. You may not have $1,000 to throw at it, but even just one contract at like, you know, 300 or whatever. I should have just gotten to this point first. When I did the analysis, if this can get here by April, it's like a 300% move. Now that might pique some people's attention because they're like, wait, 300%? That's like what we do on AMC on those big run-ups. Yeah, it is. You know? But this is a lot more stable, and it tends to be a little bit easier to read. It's a slower play. But in reality, if you think about it, if you just put $1,000 on this, and by April, these contracts are up 300%, potentially. This is not something that's like a guarantee, right? You have to kind of watch it. You have to find the right buy-in, et cetera, et cetera. You don't want it to break down, obviously. All kinds of things could go wrong, sure. But in theory, if this goes up to here and those contracts are about 300%, that's with no volatility change, by the way. I didn't add any volatility change whatsoever. Then that means you've made $1,000 a month off that $1,000 you invested, which is frankly far better than what I make on AMC week to week, right? So for me, it's like a no-brainer. Like this is a really simple trade. There's a really strong daily divergence. It's breaking out on RSI. It may need to it still has to break out of some of these creeks. There's a retest here at 180. That would be like the middle. But once it jumps over, much like here when this jumped over, you know, there's volatility there, but ultimately you'd expect it to eventually hit near the top. And that's kind of what my expectation is that this should come up to at least 212. So the trade itself isn't exactly all the way to January 2026. It's really just to April. And I'm counting on this February earnings. Now, that's not enough to trade. You need to also have ideas of like what could go wrong, where your stop losses are, when do you actually enter this trade, so on and so forth, you know. So right now, I'm not ready to enter this because at the end of the day, like it hasn't broken the creek. It's right up on it, you know. It's upon it right now. It could be today. It could be next week. It could be a week or two from now. It could be by earnings, you know. We don't know for a fact it's going to advance without leaving this gap behind, for example, at like 164. That would be a better entry if it goes back down, you know? So right now I'm looking at it like, yeah, that's a really strong bullish divergence. It just broke out above here. I could see a pullback in store. So then I go to like the smaller time frame and I'm like looking at maybe like 2 to 4 hours just to see what that looks like. It does look a bit weak. It may be turning down a bit. It hasn't broken down out of this trend. So I'm not exactly like hardcore bearish on it yet. I'm just kind of watching it. But sure. It seems like it needs to come back and maybe test some stuff. And maybe the only situation here where this advances is like a triangle wedge and then it breaks to the upside. So not quite there yet, but definitely one I'm going to watch. I think that this particular setup here is going to determine whether you enter or not. And I'm not there yet. So right now it looks like it's turning down. So I'm going to kind of leave it at that. But this is one I'm going to put on my watch list because I think it's a potentially really strong trade. Like there's a lot more long-term trades available. It's got high trading volume. It is fairly regular. It's in a regular trading pattern. It's in a 3-year trend. It's straightforward. Well, maybe that's not fast enough, Booksy. I want to do something faster. I need to make money now, not a month from now. Well, all right, that's fine. You could trade something like this, these swings, which are essentially 20% swings. Well, how do you trade that? I don't know. Look at the 3-hour and tell me, you know. If this ends up breaking out of a trend, maybe you don't get the full width of that, but one of the easier ways to do this would be, just like we did on the big picture, would just be to use micro analysis and look at where those bottoms are and like, hey, that's like a double bottom with a higher RSI. That's a bearish divergence. It's pushing up 30%. You could enter a trade here and move. I'm not really seeing that right now. Again, I told you on the big picture, it looks like it's ready to go. So I'm not sure if it's going to have a big pullback. I don't think it needs one. But I wouldn't be surprised if it did dip before ripping up. I think this is really close to an entry. Simple. LSX says EV market makes up 2% of car sales. Yep. Yeah, that's not necessarily true though. Anymore. You guys are like, what do you mean? Yeah, it is. I just looked it up. Yeah, well, first of all those statistics are usually fairly outdated, but you also have to understand that like it's conviction. Do the big guys think that the Fords and the Chevys and all that stuff, even American made, you know, Mitsubishi, you know, Honda, do they think that there's a market for EV? Yes. Are they getting into the market for EV? Yes. When do you want to be in an EV stock? Do you want to be in it when it's like 100% of car sales, or do you want to be in it when it's 2% of car sales? I mean, you can be the guy that, I mean, I've heard this a lot, right? And I understand it. I do. I really do. I get it. Like, I know why people are like this. You can be the guy that's like burying your head in the sand, so to speak, and saying like, well, I love my old Mustang. I don't want there to be EV cars. They're not the same, so on and so forth. I get it. But the idea that we're not going to transition to electronic vehicles or renewable energy sources in the future basically means we're just going to die. If you think that we're not going to do it, then you basically just think we're going to die. You guys are like, no, we're not. That's extremist talk, man. Extremist talk. No, it's not. It's not extremist talk at all. The idea of climate change is not fictional. It's not necessarily all our fault. That's another thing. That's a fiction. It's natural. Like it happens all the time on the Earth. But the idea of our planet needing to make a correction is a big deal. We've had a lot of false science out there, for sure. But if the argument is just, oh, it only makes up 2% of the market now, so I don't want to invest in it, or it doesn't seem like a good investment because that's not where the money is, okay. Well, again, if your goal is to make money immediately, I'm giving you literally an oil stock right now. Like, that's what we're talking about right now. It's like an oil rig company. This has a lot more regularity. It's in an uptrend. I'm not anti-oil here. But to suggest that somehow that there won't be a future because it's only 2%, or just say that means we shouldn't pay attention to it, that's just silly. That doesn't make any sense to me. Within the next 20 years, I guarantee you, in our lifetime, should we live that long, within the next 20 years, I think that number is going to swell like tenfold. Easy. That's my opinion, but I genuinely think that's what's going to happen. I think it'll be 20% of car sales in the next like 10 to 20 years because it's going to be cheaper and easier to get it, and there's going to be more infrastructure, so on and so forth. And every single major car manufacturer is bringing out their own EV line. Remember when they did that with hybrids back in the 90s? And now basically every single car is hybrid. Why? Because they use less fuel. So you get better mileage on your cars. Pretty much every single car is a hybrid, right? They have an economy mode built into their computer that charges stuff when you're going downhill, so on and so forth. They have battery assist driving. It's just silly, man. The technology is there. It's going to get cheaper. Lithium batteries are going to, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, I'm not going to argue about it. I don't know. That comment to me made it sound like maybe that's not what you intended, but like it makes it sound like that's a bad thing. And I'm like, that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I'm glad that it's only 2%. If I could have got in on a computer, a Microsoft, back when it was like barely being bought by the market because it was super expensive, and you didn't think it was ever going to be a household item, you would be a very wealthy man right now, Well, only 2% of homes buy computers. They're too expensive. Okay. Now everybody's got computers in their phones, You got in on that computing technology early on, you would have been a very wealthy person. LAC, lithium. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, someone mentioned WTO. I'm going to hit that, and then let's talk about that lithium battery thing. And then LPSM, we'll check that out too. So I like that. Let's take a look. Again, it's not necessarily a political thing. If you guys think I'm just sitting here saying like extremist things or something, okay, we can have a conversation about it. It's not about being an extremist. It's about being in the right market at the right time. Even if you don't like electric cars, it would be silly to say like you shouldn't invest in them just because you don't like them necessarily. I get it. It's like someone saying, do I invest in marijuana stock? You get to make that decision for yourself, right? But if you're just interested in like making money on an emerging economy, emerging market, it's a no-brainer. Marijuana stocks are going to get bigger. Like I'm not going to objectively say they're not. Even if I don't personally invest in them, it doesn't matter. Because humans are humans, so I don't have to agree with it to say, yeah, they're gonna get better. And by agree, I mean support it financially, right? Because marijuana is kind of a mixed bag, as we all know. It's not all bad, some of it's really good, especially for like seizure patients and stuff. And you guys are like, none of it's bad. Well, that's where we disagree, right? Because I think there are some negatives to it, but there's like anything, right? So there's a drop that happened on WTO. It dropped beneath this level at 36 cents, which I thought would be a critical point of interest. We didn't even get to participate in the drop. It just kind of gapped through it, so we never saw the interaction with that level. Let's look really quick at extended trading hours. Why are we still looking at WTO, Booksy? Because people are invested in it. We talked about it. I think it's still holding on. Like there's been elements of kind of meh about it when it dropped 55 cents. Obviously, it's come way down since then. I've been very vocal about my disdain for some of the moves that have happened on it. the distribution moves. But it is at a place right now where if it can make certain adjustments here and have certain hits, it's probably going to break pretty far. So I'm still going to talk about it. I think it's still relevant. Yeah, my thought was if it comes up above, and it did. So this is a good example of like potentially a stronger bottom, I suppose. You see how this hit 30 cents? Now it does not come back above this high yet, but it does here after making double tops. So I'm ignoring that first move. It does break higher than those, so it's trying to push resistance. So the next step, in my opinion, is to test that support. I talked about 30 cents yesterday as a likelihood. Now, what happens if it doesn't hold 30 cents? Good question. I think I don't know if I could be a bit much of an advocate for a bullish run if it breaks through 30 cent. There was a lot going on there that was very important. And we would be unwise, I think, to just kind of ignore it just because we want it to go up or something. So there was an issue with it in that there's, yeah, actually in regular trading hours, I think this does come above that top. So this actually looks really good to me, like on the whole. It looks like it's trying to go above. So much like we were talking about with the other one, if the advancement leads to a new high, then it's trying to change direction. Now, sometimes, yes, that new high could be in order to get sellers and sell off, but that's why we look for the confirmation of the buy-in low. And I do think this is genuinely like positive because on WTO, it just made that new high. My biggest concern is that this is some kind of funky like UTAD, right? Where it's like pushing up and then coming up again to sell off again. I don't want to like flip the script like that quickly on it because I was like, wait, is it bullish or bearish? That I talked about when it first came up. I think though that at the end of the day, if this holds this level, I think you're very likely in a very strong position. So I'm excited to see where it goes, but I don't necessarily think it moves anywhere very far, very fast until we see this move back up. It's going to come back above 40 cents in order to confirm. So at this point, not much to say about it. Should you enter it? I obviously can't tell you that you should or shouldn't enter something, but I will say that the entry point here, if you were going to enter, would be definitely on this backup. It seems pretty obvious that if this comes back to about 30 cents and it holds, and then it breaks the creek locally, that would be a really positive entry point. So let's identify that and then we'll move on. I want to say here to here. So I'm going to use a snapping tool because I can't see what's going on there. And at least for now, this is going to be the best indication that I have for a potential creek. So yeah, I'd like to see it hit. I suppose I've got it kind of coming over to the side here because I thought it might be that case, but I'd really like to see it kind of hit that gap. Maybe confirm this point right here of interest, maybe by Tuesday. And then I don't think it has to test. I guess that's just an idea, like hey, it could kind of dip below that. This has been a bit of a weaker stock. That could be an instance of like a spring. But if it's ideally bullish, then this just jumps over and goes. So the best entry would be here. As soon as this makes a higher high after a retest, so it's a little ways off. Well, this could all happen like today, Booksy. Yeah, I mean, the speed of this is not what's important. I doodled these little lines just to kind of show you where I think objectively, like this is what it would look like if it were really bullish. If I'm doing triangulations like we did here yesterday, that to me is like I'm trying to attempt to get a timing and target if I can. But if I'm just doodling this stuff, don't worry too much about it. If it happens like instantly, it happens instantly. These things can like pump and jump creeks quickly. You never know. So it could be today, it could be next week. It's important to recognize the levels One is 30 cents, one is up here now at a gap fill around 37, and then jumping that creek would be the most important thing. And it could happen in a number of ways, but the entry would be here. After all that's gone through, when is it ready to mark up? Right there, and then ultimately we want to see that confirmation here as well. So if you wanted two different spots of entry, that's them. Risk on is 30 cents. This is like high risk. Like it could technically still break down and drop low and you'd be out of luck, right? So higher risk, maybe if it hits 30 cents, and then lower risk is this breakout and this breakout. I think from that point forward, you're really just looking at exit targets because these are like entry targets for me anyways. That's what I would look for. This is more confirm entry. And then I would be looking at exit targets at about 50 cent and then again at like 77 cent. And that's as far as I think I would take this. We have one target for January that's like 77 cents. Okay. So got it. How is this different than last time and every other time? Well, it's different because it came to the top of the channel. That's a big difference. It's also different because now it's trying to make support on the middle, which it hasn't had yet. So we were stuck beneath it since September, just to give you a frame of reference, and we broke out January 2nd. So it's a pretty new breakout. So up until that point, we've not been above this channel. Does that mean it's going to mark up? No, but because it made a higher high, it's attempting to reverse direction. Is it possible, Booksy, that this just doesn't do that and just starts walking down this channel? Yeah, and that's a real risk. That's why I'm saying, like, the real confirmation here is not this, even though this is very important, this is significant. Ultimately, this is just a break over that lower channel. It hasn't yet broken the highest possible channel line here, and I think that's very important. So that's why I'm saying confirmation here is above those. That's where you're going to see it move, and I think it probably moves all the way to, I genuinely think it's probably going to move to 80 cent back to this gap fill up here, which is right where the split was. So yes, I am bullish on this, but mainly if it confirms, and we're not there yet. That could be as soon as, Friday, for all we know. It could go to 42 cent and hold it and then go, right? So there's got to be some give and take here when we talk about these things. So just keep that in mind. I'm looking at confirmation. This down here is very high risk. I don't think it's the wisest thing to do. But if you were just looking for like a low entry and you want to try to get the full breadth of the move, how would you do that? I guess we'd probably go to like a low time frame and find a place where, yeah, I mean, it hasn't been oversold in a while. So maybe if this comes down to oversold territory on like the hourly, this has been a pretty good indication of a bottom. So if it does that oversold here at 30 cent, at the very least, you might expect it to come up to 40 cent. I think that's reasonable, or around there, because when it was in the lower channel, that was a pretty simple way of understanding tops and bottoms. You can see every time it hit the top here, it's matching the channel, which is nice. So every time it hit the bottom, it was oversold, and then it hits the top, it's at the top, so on and so forth. So like it was a pretty decent way of gauging entry points. So if it does reset it and it's resetting it higher and it resets it at 30 cent, I think that's a pretty strong risk on entry. But that would be a good way to maybe help, not confirm it, but to maybe assess whether it is resetting. Because I think that would be a big change for it to reset in the higher channel as opposed to coming down to the lows, which would be like 19 cents or something of the other channel. I think that's a pretty solid plan. Now, what does the result here yield? Well, you can't do options on this, but if it made the full move, it could be 174%. So it's a potentially really good play, you know, in theory. I mean, you can jump the gun and try to get in right the second or whatever. I wouldn't, again, encourage anyone to do anything like that. I'm going to be waiting to see, and I might do a risk on entry if this resets. Yeah, if we get to that oversold area suddenly and it hits 30 cent, I think that's a pretty simple entry point. I think you're going to see it rally at least to 41. So it might be a really positive, simple play to make. Okay. So a long time coming for WTO, but we've stuck with it. And I think by doing so, we're going to maybe get a really good entry here. So it's checked one box, it needs to check some more boxes. Let's look at LAC. So this is another one that was just brought to our attention. I need to keep a list going. So I'm going to do a little quick thing over here just on this one because I know this one. I'll do them later, but right now I don't have, I think NU is another one that's about to explode, but I don't want to get like people like all excited about it just yet. These are the ones I'm currently following. Let's try this. Where is Dave? We need Dave. We'll try LAC. We'll see if I like this one. I really like NU and Fang. NU has just been really consistent, although this particular bottom has been kind of weak. I think it's okay. It's in a good spot. And it's at $11, so I'm feeling like if it goes, it's going to go pretty far. It may go all the way back up to near 1578. I think there's a gap up there. So that's another one that's like high potential here. We've got to get through that. We definitely have to check that one out. Let's check out this lithium battery. And then we'll look at LPSN after that. Well, I'm not talking about AMC, so I don't know if Dave's going to come around. He's usually only around when we're talking about AMC and GME. I like this chart. This is a good one. That's a good one, Jen. I like it. Like I can tell almost right off the bat that something is like pretty decent or not. You just kind of get used to the way it looks. Lithium Americas. Let's see. What's going on with their earnings report here? Oh yeah, happy 2025. It's a new year. All right, so they're negative 3 cent, negative 4 cent. Estimated was negative 2.5. So the market, they expected them to do better, and they actually did worse. So that's a big drawback here. So estimations were that they were going to improve, and instead it rallied and they kind of missed. Revenue is not being reported, which is weird. Not sure what that means. You guys know why that is? Also, yeah, why are sometimes these, I feel like this is a dumb question, but I guess I just never looked to answer the question. Why are these gray sometimes on TradingView? What does that mean? And again, why are they not reporting revenue? I don't get it. I guess I could just Google it or whatever, but if you guys have an answer for me, that'd be nice. All right, so this is extended trading hours. Let's just do this chart, and then we'll move to a daily chart, which will get rid of that. I need to see what's going on back here, though, so that's kind of causing me a headache. All right, forget it. Let's just do regular trading hours. I need to see it. Oh, you know, I said it looked good, but does it, Brooksy? I thought you said lithium batteries were good, man. I don't know. This is 37¢. I think I'd have to look up the company and see what they're up to. But there is a bit of a problem here, which is you see this is like a massive widening. So the spread has been constant, very consistent, which is nice. I do like that. Very consistent in its setup here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times it hit the bottom. Right. So what does a widening mean? You guys already know this. A widening typically is like, and then I want to see what happened back here. This looks like 2020. So it's the COVID drop. So that's the major rally point here. It looks like it's lagging behind the market, right? Because when everything else rallied, it ended in and around January, I think, of 2022. I'll say, yeah, around this point, which makes sense. This is about the top. Yep, this is when AMC started crapping out because the market didn't get to the end until then. And so then this is distribution. It's just going up again to check the top, the all-time high. Horrific. I'm not sure what that means. You're talking about the widening. Yeah, the all-time high is important. We'll use that in some of our measurements. So I'll have to go check it close. This is interesting. This is like way over here. This is actually kind of positive because it hasn't been checked in like forever. So that's a good sign. So there may be some really massive swings to be had here on this stock. I'm kind of flip-flopping, but it is important to note like where these creeks are and whether or not they've been tested recently. This one definitely has not been tested. Even the lower end here on that hook hasn't been tested. So yeah. Interesting. I'm going to leave it there because there's just a bunch of wicks above that. And I think that looks pretty good. So my guess is that I'm developing, without doing it on purpose, I'm probably developing a bit of a fib fan kind of thing. So what a fib fan does is it just separates it on a trajectory from a top or the bottom, outward and upward or outward and downward. So you would use it to, you could use a pitch fan, but you'd have to have a bottom for a pitch, or you'd have to have some kind of a pitch being like an angle. I'll do it sometimes just for the heck of it because it just gives me a bunch of trajectories, and I like that. It's just a really quick way to get a bunch of trajectories. You don't have to use the fibs. But speed resistance is supposed to help indicate maybe where you're going to face resistance. So you go from like top to bottom. It's very simple. And it suggests to you where you may face resistance trying to, for example, exit outward, upward when you're turning around. I think it's a really cool way to do it because we talk about this quite a bit with our waveforms. We talk about those waves that they're creating all kinds of trajectories outward, and then a lot of times those are used, right, when you're exiting a play or whatever. So this orange one is mimicking that first line I drew. This doesn't look as relevant, but I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this since it's kind of the same exact line. Pretty close, right? So you're eyeballing it, and what I said is I think that's probably a fib, and that's what it is. So usually you can tell because it's like hyper consistent. So right now, there is a bit of a local creek going on, and I don't want to get too nitty gritty about this whole fib thing, but you can do an analysis like that where you do kind of a fib within a fib. Like you could create a fib fam from like the 1 to the 236 here and do a like really tight one, in which case it's kind of the same thing, but you would use like the pitch fan instead, right? So you would take that and you would draw through, I meant the pitch fan, I don't know why I grabbed the wrong one. You grab this and you would go from, I don't know, bottom to top here. And then that could give you like a sense of structure. And I'm not really liking it because I don't have this doesn't change it like too dramatically, but you'd want to have the right pitch. So something like that. So this could give you a sense of structure on the distance between these 2 points, but I think it's fairly accurate because this looks like a 50% retracement. It's kind of a fun way to do it. Beyond that, I don't know what else I would use this for. You know, it's kind of like, I mean, do I need to know all these lines here? Probably not. It might be prudent to do it to get the center mark and just see where that center is. That's helpful. And beyond that, I don't know. You'd have to look at your pitch. You can see mine are set up like so. So these gray ones are actually, yeah, 2.5. So that's actually a GAN line, right? And then 382, 0.5, and then 0.75 is GAN. So these are actually GAN measurements. I don't know if I changed that. I can't remember. I probably did because I like using the GAN measurements. But this is helpful because this one gives me a sense of a center mark. And that could be very useful since that's like the wave. And now we're looking at it through that lens. We can kind of see that this is a widening as well. So there is some positive here. There's a widening to the downside. We're getting there. I know I'm kind of making this a little long-winded, but I want to see if this chart actually has a strong potential in it because it looks like it might to have some pretty big rallies soon. It's pretty cheap, so the entry is good for us because if you're like a lower income trader and you don't have a lot of liquid, it's easier to trade a $3 stock than a $300 stock, probably. It's like, what do you mean probably? It just is. As long as the trade is good, you know. All right. As long as the trade is good, right? So let's change this to like a dotted line. So that's like a creek. And we're going to make this one like red or something different so we can see it. That's the midline. So there is a bit of a widening here in this channel that was created. It starts at, it looks like $18. This isn't going to let me do this. This is this like snapping tool. I'm going to ignore some of those touches on the top. So this is as far as it's come so far. So if we're looking at this like a wave, this is probably how I would define it. So after it created like a little, it looks like a last point of supply, and then it pushes up and does a little final distribution here during that last point of supply. It generated a channel. We never breached that channel again. Not really. And this ends up being a pretty defining feature of this because it is a widening on the way down. It's increasing in volatility. It's a widening within a widening, so we'll take that into consideration. But one thing that's interesting here is it hasn't actually reached the top yet. So that's a good thing for us. So it broke out above the midpoint, and then it came back and retested the midpoint. It looks like it tried to advance over the creek, but it failed. So the easiest way to trade this, I suppose, right now would be to wait and see if it breaks above the creek right here. It should make a higher move than that little drop-off. We talk about those little drop-off ledges. So we're going to quickly narrow this down into a basic trading setup because now that I know like big picture what's going on, I don't have wrong expectations about what could happen. Now we can look at the overall setup here and see what we can see. So I think right there, this ends up being the breakout zone, 391, above the creek. Can't distribute, so it can't do this. Can't like head fake here and then drop back through. Because remember, this creek is not untested. This has been checked quite a bit. You know, there's multiple tests on it and it has yet to successfully cross. I would argue anytime it gets close, like these two could count as checks. 1, 2, maybe just count this as a 3 and a 4. I wouldn't count every single one of those hits, but it's kind of boiling up to it. And then we've got, finally, we got like a breach above. That's good. So it pushed that resistance, and then we're backing up. So we're indicating that we might want to go forward, right? Maybe, right? If this isn't up thrust, we might want to go forward. We just have to kind of find support and then jump it. So now we've got 2 creeks that we can use. This is a pretty simple chart. I like it. Yep. I knew, like, when you called it out and I looked at it, it's like one of those things you just kind of see it and you're like, yeah, I think we'll be able to chart this. As opposed to like a really wonky stock. It's sometimes hard to chart. So let's take a look at the past. And let's just see what happened after it jumped over the middle here. Like in most of these cases, that middle, like this one's not even like a big deal. It's like an S-curve middle, isn't it? You can see this one has a very simple center fold right around that midline. So I'm on the 2 hour, and at least at this one, it seems that the 2 hour 180, this is a good indicator right here of maybe where that breakout is. The 2 hour 180 did signify where it broke out. So above that midline, and where it broke down. You can see here the breakdown here. Now back here, I wouldn't say so because it's still above it the whole time. But then let's see what happened in the future. Again, the 2 hour indicated that maybe we were going to go back up. So 2 hour to the top, 2 hour to the top. So at least 3 times when this broke that 2 hour 180, it went tested the top. Even when it didn't go back through the bottom. Two hour top, 2 hour top, top. And then it's a massive drop. Does not check the 2 hour again until here. Now this is a bit of a change because this does cross the 2 hour, but it doesn't go to the top. It just goes to the creek. Not a bad play, just not the same play. So there's a bit of a misleading element there. This does grab that center mark all the same. So like there's a bit of both here. Same deal here. This goes over the 2 hour EMA, holds it right here, and then it makes an advancement towards the creek again. It doesn't hit the top. So it's changed. We've dipped below the 2 hour. Let me see if this is similar to anything else. After coming up over the middle. See, I think it's just a compression though. I don't necessarily think it means anything nefarious. I think it's just compressing because it hasn't retested this top in a while. We've got a gap here, way up here at 659. Uh-oh. This could be a really easy to trade as well. Let's see where that gap is. That's a big move. It's at like 100%. So closing value is 664. So I'm close. Because this gap is massive, I'm going to mark off the bottom as well. Because I'm wondering, yeah, there it is. I was like, I wonder if it hit the bottom of the gap and rejected. That's what it looks like. It tried to go into the gap and above the, so there's a lot going on here. This pushed resistance in a few different ways. It came back above this, which is now acting like a resistance. So important to know that that could be a potential resistance right here and going up. But in order to fill the gap now, you can't possibly fill this gap without breaking out of the bigger picture. At least on the fib scale. But I guess if we were using like the hard and true widening, it might be a different story because it doesn't actually follow the fibs perfectly on the resistance fan. What are you doing? I wish the locking mechanism on this worked better. I don't know how they could do it better, but I wish it worked better. There we go. I don't like having to like zoom in and look at the let's pick something else. I don't know. I need another line color. All right. Why did I do that? Because the fib itself is important, but it would be a resistance potentially, but it's also not. You can't get there at this point without jumping that fib line. So if you're going to get to that gap, there would have to be some other resistance probably in play, and it looks like that's it right here. So it looks like May 2025 is the intersection. That doesn't have to be where it intersects, but like it doesn't have to be where it hits, just an observation. Yep. If you get it right, you get it right. So I think that might be it. Yeah, you see that trajectory, and then look at where it hit the, I mean, it hits everything. It hits 1, 2, 3 points of interest here. So pretty telling. So that's a very significant marker. Unfortunately, that marker's already been tested. That doesn't mean that it can't go back up there. It just means that there's not a precedent for it to just return right back to it immediately. It kind of leaves the door open for a longer period of down here maybe. Like back here, if it was coming down and breaking out, I'd be like, oh, it's probably going to go way up here, right? That would have been the trade when it broke out here and jumped the creek to advance all the way back up to 5. That's a huge trade. That's 100%. I would have said, yes, that's most likely what's going to happen. But because we've already tested that, now it's like, that doesn't really have to happen, right? So there's no need to have that expectation. What that tells me is that, for example, like I wouldn't necessarily expect this to just go right up to here. It doesn't make any sense to do that. It's not that it can't do it. It just wouldn't be my first guess. In fact, just looking at it, I would say it's very possible this could be kind of long-winded, as things go. And, yeah, you could end up with a kind of long-term build out here that's essentially just a reaccumulation at the end of the day. And that would make perfect sense to me. So we're going to have to find some more information to see what the next trade might be. We're getting there. It's a slow process sometimes. Work big down to small, but then I need to see, like, again, where would this go if this holds? Because it did jump the creek. So it's already in a position of strength. it jumped the creek, but it didn't hold that 2 hour. And I think that's been a fairly simple prerequisite here for advancement. There's not been a lot of times where it's advanced in this particular down channel without that 2 hour. Maybe there's another one at play as well, but I'm using the 2 hour right now. And at least that has been fairly consistent. I mean, it has not advanced. Usually it jumps the creek and it then jumps the 2 hour. So this could be comparatively similar to maybe what happened here, where after jumping the creek, it breaks the 2 hour and then it advances and holds the 2 hour. So there's like another creek cross. That's possible, though it's not a given. So we would look at this and say, maybe once this makes its retracement done, it's finished, it's ready to move on, maybe it needs to do another advancement and hold that 2 hour, and then that's where the better buy-in is. It may, because of how close we are to this creek, it would probably correlate to that creek if it does something like that. So the buy-in here is a tricky one, but I think it would be most likely here if it does this. So you'd wait for that. And then advancement-wise, this is where I think things get a bit dicey. I could easily see this being kind of over, and this is where I think the rubber meets the road kind of thing is like, depends on what you believe about the overall picture. And I haven't done enough to draw a conclusion yet. But if you think that this is going to come back, for example, and fill the gap at 223, then this could look very different. This could be a 50-50 cross here that rejects at 388 and then drives the price back down, right, in weakness. It's a similar model. It looks very similar to what I just drew up here, but it's really low, right? And it ends up being like a rejection model and then tries to come back down to the bottom. And it's just a long-term build out of another creek here that's steeper. Like right there. This would also be like a kind of head and shoulder type breakdown as well, like this. So because of that, I think it's a difficult trade to judge. Like there's going to be moments of tests, especially right here. I think this is going to be a big one. And I do see this as a possibility that it's going to come back down to this floor again. Well, we determined that long term there was like a trend here as well. So that could be at play, like a double bottom kind of deal. Let's go back and see what that was. Well, no, I don't think we're going to get like a really specific answer here. I don't know where to draw that line, so. Could use the wicks, but I just don't want to use them right now. I don't think this is going to work for us, so. All right, whatever. It would be like a double bottom here on the bottom of this major channel. So that's certainly a possibility. I think it's going to largely depend on also this daily. Now that I'm looking at it, this daily is kind of mimicking the creek here. See how it's coming down, the daily moving average on the 180. You can see why that would matter here presently, because if it jumps up high, like I'm suggesting it might, in this area, this could be above the daily. And if it goes low, so it's like creating a wedge. Sorry, I'm moving this up to fix it. And if it goes low, then it's rejecting that daily. So this is a good potential trade, but we kind of have to wait to see what happens. Long term, if you're thinking the higher route, then it's not a bad entry for shares because you wouldn't necessarily expect it to come back below even 326. It's possible. And this is the level that would be holding later. Like you'd advance and then come back down to it after the creek. So that would be the level that would potentially hold. And so this would be a really great entry point if it was just shares. I think if it breaks down, though, it's going to be kind of difficult to know the difference because you're going to see it advance potentially either way. And I don't know like how to judge that except just to say, again, maybe that 2-hour EMA might be prudent. So this is two different crosses of creeks and EMAs. So one is the it's the 2-hour 180 EMA, and then this is the daily. And I'm kind of thinking that right now that might be the best way to judge this, and neither has been held. So for now, it's not really a good entry unless, again, you're high risk thinking that this is going to go up. I think there's enough chance that this could go down into earnings based on what we saw in the last couple earnings, that there was a missed expectation of, this would probably play into earnings, so something like that. I don't know, man. It's hard to think why this would ever be like this. It's hard to think why this would ever dump down forever and ever. If the company's good and profitable, and I'd have to again look into it. I don't know why it would break down just to go down, just because. Yeah. So this is a example of one that's just probably better just to wait and see. We went and did all that work to have no answer, but we had some others that had pretty good setups, and I think this is a good setup. We're just kind of waiting to see if it can make a break above here, and I would be thinking that earnings might be a pretty big catalyst for up or down movement. So I think we're going to see that play out. So it's a good one, maybe a better one to play after earnings, as we'll see how this plays out. Again, if you're just swing trading it, then this may not be the best setup anyways. Like you might be looking at this thinking to yourself, well, it doesn't have a lot of good early quick swings, then I don't really want to touch it. To which point I would say, yeah, you're right. The best way to swing it at this particular time would probably be to use like a really short-term RSI and just check that 2-hour 180. I think if you can get above that 2-hour 180, you'll get a little pop. It won't be a big trade, but if you were swinging it, if it held that 1 hour, I think you could get a good potential pop here, maybe back to the top. If it really breaks out, I think you'll get a big push to like 450. So that seems pretty likely to me. Right around there. Check that top. So this is a trade that's like a maybe right now, and I think that what we might want to do is set an alert for the 2-hour and then leave it at that for now. So if it comes back above the 2-hour, we'll take a look again. Otherwise, I'm not really liking it so much. Not a bad one. It's just I'm not ready to enter anything yet. Again, swing trading, there's other ways to trade it. Like you could look at something like this and be like, oh, it's a good entry, Like I said, I think shares only probably be fine. It did just jump a creek. It's coming back to test the creek. So if it can make a simple enough jump, that's one thing. But it's probably going to still need to come over that 2 hour, which is just right above us. It's like 10 cents above us. So it's like, why bother overthinking it? Just wait. Needs to get that anyways. So, you know, it's like, okay, it needs to get it anyways, and we can just wait for it. So, yeah, it looks like a good potential swing though. I like this one. It's cheap, so it makes it easy. All right, so I like LAC as a swing trade. The chart's pretty consistent. I like that the setups are there and they're easy to read. The macro makes sense to me. So that's good. Yeah, man, I think NU is about to take off again. And I'm like really feeling like it's going to go. Because usually when it hits this 4 hour, it then makes the return trip. I don't know how far it's going to go, but it's got gaps galore up above. So 69 degrees downside. Yeah, and it's following out. I think there's a really good chance it's coming up to like 13 at least, or maybe this 12 to 13 range here, we would want to see it come back and retest this. It's already broken out. I don't know what else there is to it. Yeah, I think it's out. So created a little bitty gap at 1067. That could be a problem. Again, if we're just looking for good trades, this is very regular patterning. So like each entry and exit is roughly the same. Once it gets overbought or oversold, it buys back up. That doesn't always take off right away. Like for example, in May 2024, it came to like the 50%, pulled back, and it came pretty far back before it advanced. In this case, we're doing something like that right now. We came up to the 50. It hasn't advanced very far, right? But the overall V shape there is very consistent when it hits that low and then it recovers. So it would not be a mistake to actually go ahead and enter it. I mean, it really technically, pattern-wise, it's done the same thing every time. From the standpoint of like, could it possibly then later go down? I think the answer is yeah, because remember we talked about that pattern earlier today, and like there's a sign of weakness right here, in my opinion. It does make a higher low than back here, but it's ultimately like a huge downward test after making an advancement. So it makes an advancement and it makes a lower low. So when you're looking at it, what's scary about it is it does look like, well, you're saying it's a good entry and it might go back up, but I'm thinking, well, it looks like that's a sign of weakness. It's eventually going to go back down. Yeah. But before that happens, you're going to have a series of, even if that happens, and I think it might just begin major correction here, looks fairly imminent, I would suggest. I'm not going to ignore that. Even if that's the case, and we could look at where that might go in the future, I would suggest that right now there's probably some missing back tests, and that's what I'm going to kind of focus on. So losing traction here on this stream. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My stream is like whirling. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So like, even if it were to distribute, I think you're still going to get a push above the 4 hour. Thank you. Appreciate you telling me. I think even if it distributes, you're going to get a push above the 4 hour. So there's a chance it doesn't go that high. It may only go up to like 12 or 13, and it could be oversold or overbought already, right? And we end up with a kind of a fake out kind of deal where it's unfortunate, but you don't go all the way back up. The trajectory is still good, so that's still one I would follow. The trajectory is fine. It looks solid. Direction looks pretty solid, you know. Let's look at a bigger channel here and see what we can see. If the goal is to go down to this sign of weakness area down here, then bears should be creating like a stepping stone to do that, and which would be up in the structure here. Like this would be built into the M cross. Ooh, baby. So actually be there. Yep. There's the gap. So in the M, this is your wave, right? You pushed up, you rejected here, and then you jumped above, and then this is finally retesting it. So it's very, very long-winded. And it's jumping a creek, but I think it's doing it within a channel. So it's like a channel within a channel kind of deal. There it is. Yep. So there's the intersection of, there should be some kind of triangulation, right, for this reaction. I think that's it. So this has a long term has a really great potential for a gap fill, but I think it's making it may be in a major corrective phase right now because it had a massive run, like a massive run. It went from like 3 up to 15 over the course of like a year or two or whatever. It's been going up for a long time. So this is just indicative of it losing steam and a big sell down. Yeah, it looks like the correction is leading it back to maybe $8. 8 to this floor right here. 8 to about 850. So it's just simple enough. So I think we're getting like an ABC kind of correction, probably 1, 2, and then 3 down. Seems likely. So like here, 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 and we might even get like a little bit of another low here at some point before this like bakes back out. And I would guess it tries again. I think that's where you're going to have a likelihood of maybe some kind of a bigger build out, another accumulation phase down here. It's a little bit of guesswork because I'm not 1000% sure, but that seems right to me. I don't know what this deal is. What the deal is with my stream like flickering on my screen. All right. So unless there's something else obvious, I kind of just assume that it's a channel within a channel most of the time. So I'm going to look at the original bottom here and check it out and see where we are. I'm going to look at the outermost point there. That's pretty close to intersecting this zone here, which seems to be the major drive. So that's the current creek. And then the upward parallel trajectory definitely seems very likely that this is where it's heading. It's frankly really soon. It may be a pump and then a dump into this earnings, like a second dump. This is like a halfway jump. So this is a very like risky play in that even though I think it looks really good and the entry here is probably pretty solid, I don't think it's going to make a very high advancement. Because on the big picture, it looks like this is already set up for a correction. I don't know what that means here. This may not actually last this long. It could be a really quick back test of 850, which might be enough. There's an 855 marker that's historically pretty solid. So I'm going to say that it's going to make a big retracement to like 855. So this could be a good opportunity to do something like shares with married puts, because you could buy some shares for the upward move and then buy some puts while they're kind of cheaper, and then get that downward move going into earnings in February. You're at risk for a couple things, but if it breaks out, you've got the shares, right? So your puts won't be completely and totally wrecked. But I think this weakness makes it semi-obvious that it's going to try to drop it down. And the fact that this creek is pointed low, that kind of stuff, like everything about it screams that we're going to go back and test 840s. I'm not really sure, or 850s. I'm not really sure what else is there. It's just a floor. Yeah. Then I think we build out probably. So maybe an ABC correction. And then, I don't know. We'll see. I think this guy has some pretty incredible long-term potential. NU, it's one of Warren Buffett's picks anyways. I found out after the fact. I didn't know he picked it out. But after I picked it, I went and did some more research, and it came up that he like really liked it or something. Again, it's an emerging market kind of thing. It's a Brazilian. There are competitors that might be better, but it's a Brazilian online banking service. So another one that's kind of like early adopted. I first entered this way back when it was like 3. You might think I made a fortune, but I actually only swung it up to about 8 or 9. And then I re-entered again later around 9 and swung it up to about 13. I had like 2 trades on this overall. Had I just bought long-term leaps or whatever, I probably would have done really well. Ironically, but it doesn't make me happy. It wasn't ironic. It was just a crappy situation. I had, I actually bought leaps in this, but at the time, I remember when I bought the leaps, it was way back here. And at the time I was buying them for like, it was like in June or something. It was really was like on this bottom. I mean, quite frankly. And I remember getting them for like, it was like October or something of like 2022, like over here. I was way too, so it was like a 6-month leap or something. I don't know, 4 or 5 month. It wasn't a really long time. And I remember they didn't do anything. Like there was no volume whatsoever. No volume whatsoever. So I had a really bad time with the options chain back then. Retrospect, it's a lot like what's happening with MPW. Like nobody's buying options, so it's super cheap, but there's no liquidity. And that's exactly what this was like. I mean, if you had bought options back here for a couple years out, you would have made a fortune, but it would have been hard to buy them and trade them because there was like nothing. There was no volume in the options chain back here. So the shares only position was probably your strongest position anyways, you know, and I had shares and all that jazz. So I knew it was going to mark back up when it made the leap, and it did an LPS, which is, I have it on the chart still to this day, because it's one of those things where it's like, man, that was one heck of a call out, you know, and it did what we thought it was going to do, and it broke out, and it ended up being one of the most lucrative plays that I had called out at the time. I think now looking at this, I'm watching this, I'm staring at this green line right here, and it does look like a bit of a cross trend to me, that may indicate, again, direction on a bottom later. Just like this is like a narrowing, there's a narrow spot right here where there's a concentration over here. So I think that when we look at this big picture, it seems like there may be an imminent drop down low, but I'd be very interested to see how quickly that recovers, and it could be a very historic recovery where it bounces and just kind of heads right back up. Totally reasonable to me. in a lot of ways. So yeah, triangulation wise, I think it's a bit trickier. There's not much to look at with this gap up top. There's like 2 marks. I already got one of them, and that one's gone. I'm not really sure why I have this line on the chart anymore. Get rid of that. I don't like that one for the triangulation. There's another one right here. Yeah, I feel like I'm just kind of spinning my wheels though, because it may be the same thing. I think it's that. Yeah. So both of these would kind of indicate somewhere around or in the vicinity of summer 2025, which is a very steep reaction. It almost seems too much. I'm going to try something else really quick, because I think that's really, really far, or that's really, really fast. I'm kind of curious. It's like too fast. Well, I mean, as a wave, it kind of makes sense. So 55.72. Yeah, it's pretty close. Excuse me for sniffles. It's pretty close. It may seem a bit unrealistic because it looks like this massive move, and it is. It's a massive move, but that actually looks about right. So it would not be all at once, most likely. And probably if it channeled down like this, you'd have something similar on the way out. We're missing some information about earnings reports over here. That would probably play into it as well. Yeah, it'd have to break out above this guy. So this is non-negotiable. It has to come back above 930 once it gets down there. So this would be a really good entry point as well in the future. Really good one right there, and a good one because that's a confirmation. This is a heavier risk on, but if it hits that 8, I think it's very likely. And then earnings is right there. There's evidence of this going down strongly right before earnings. It seems to do it every time. See this, like drop, this drop, this drop, like slightly before earnings. This drop slightly before earnings. This runs up in earnings. So it does have a pattern of like dropping right before earnings. So this follows in line with that this could have a dip right before earnings and then actually rally before then. And then we can use one more piece of information, though that's not the best one. I'll do it anyways. And that's this marker right here. So this might give us an indication of when it comes back up to 10, which is in February, which is pretty close. Obviously, all of these are just estimations of timing, but why not just recover straight back up? I mean, it could. It's not like this is a 100% certainty if this is the line down. What I'm doing is I'm checking that data. So what I did is I did a triangulation to see where that gap is up here and to think, well, when might that fill? Because oftentimes this triangulates pretty well to a recovery back to gap fill. And so the bulls are trying to go back up by this point, so on and so forth. There's 2 markers that look pretty convincing to me, and they're both kind of pointing to the same area, which is late summer. So it's like July and August, basically, of 2025 this year. So I did a trajectory in and out with those channels, and that's roughly the same. So it's giving me a sense of continuity from a middle point. It's not perfect, but it's roughly the same. So you can see, like, I chose the trajectory simply assuming that the March 21st, 25th area is the middle. It may not be the middle, but that gives you a mirrored trajectory, which is important because entry down and entry out tend to be the same trajectory on waves. So if it's a big wave down, you would expect the wave out to be fairly similar. So we don't know what it looks like down bottom, and it may very well be that I have this a little off. Like, we could trade sideways down here for a lot longer. For example, like, we don't know like exactly how this looks. It could be more like that, doesn't really matter. Point is that long term, you're probably not going to get a much better entry than these 2 points here. I think worst case scenario, I guess, for entry anyways, would be if this ends up being like a double top that then goes really low before coming back up. The reason I'm not sure that that's going to happen is because, and I'm not really positive that that makes a lot of sense, is because it does seem to break down. At that point, when we hit a bottom, you'll have 2 major lows established. So I'm not sure. Kind of makes me feel like I won't do that. Like, that looks about right too. Yeah, it just sort of depends on which one is adopted as the bottom, I guess. I don't know the answer yet. So there is a possibility that this goes a little longer in terms of direction. Right? And if we're using this as the top trend, in theory, we could also do like a bottom trend, which would be like here. And that might end up being like where it is, right? So it's important to note, like, I have an idea here of what might happen at the bottom and like where it eventually might go. I don't think that that is determined in large part by what happens after that, so long as it breaks out. There could be an LPS here and it just never goes back down. It's already traded this region, so we may not need to trade it. But if there's a desire to accumulate shares, then you're going to likely see a Wyckoff accumulation down bottom, and that could be a phase B top followed by a bottom. That could be a spring, So in theory, like, there could be a few different places where this ends up being a good buy in the future. We don't know yet. This is too far in advance. It hasn't built a range. So we'll look for an auto reaction. I think that's going to be a good play. Like, auto reaction play makes a lot of sense to me. And there should be a setup for it, but the auto reaction, in my opinion, will go from 8 to 10. And that would be a auto reaction play for just a quick, in the future. And guys, this stuff feels like it's way off, but it'll be here before we know it. This is like February. I mean, it's not that far away. So I think this is the auto reaction play. And I like auto reaction plays if I can read them while they're coming down. So my thought is this is going to back up and then advance one more time. So there might be a trade here. I think it's going to come up. Maybe not that high, maybe not all the way to 12, because there's a little bitty drop ledge here, and I think they left the gap on purpose. Yeah, I think it'll come up to this point. So this is $12 on the dot. It closed at 11.95. So the reason I thought it might come a little bit higher is because of this trend. In reality, like, we don't know how it hits this, so it could hit right there. It could hit this, come down, and go back up again. And frankly, if it never hit that, it could still technically get to the edge, because it could do this later and come over to the side. So it's a very speculative thing to say it comes all the way to 12.38. What seems more likely is that it will fill this gap here. So I think this is a safer exit. So I'm thinking that this is actually a good play right now. I think there's a really decent chance that this is going to rebound and head towards 12. Yeah, I'm not really sure I like any of the other places for exit, so we just need to get a good entry here. I'll take a look at Wolf. I think there's a lot of list of things to look at today, so we're trying to look at a lot, but I'm looking at this because I think this is a potentially solid trade right now. It's an 8% trade for shares only. I just got to identify a good entry. I think it's kind of self-evident. It could come really far back though to 1060. That's why I'm like trying not to. I don't want to overthink it, but I think there's a probable channel here, so we'll use that. It already jumped the creek, which is nice. So we don't have to guess about that. It's happened. There's no will it. It's already confirmed the creek jump. Oh, it's going to go low. I mean, I've been talking about it. I think it's going to go down. But I think that before it does that, it's going to go up to fill this gap first. Because we're already in a rally point. I don't think it's going to dump back low again and then go. If it does, it does, but I think it's likely going to hold and do another advancement and get to this cliff at 1196. But I'm just one man with ideas, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let's use this here just to reduce some clutter. No, I don't. I think it's going to go really low. I think it's going to go to 8. I think it's going to drop really low because there's a massive sign of weakness back here, Reese. So I don't know if you just tuned in. I've been talking about it, but I personally think it's going to go really, really low. I think it's going to go back to 850. And I think it's going to spend a lot of time between 850 and 10. But I think the auto reaction trade here is not one to miss. Like, this could be a really big deal for a lot of people if it's the February trade. It's a 20% move, but if you do it right, you could get a really good trade out of it. All right, what else can I look at here? I don't think this 180 EMA is going to be relevant at all. See, this looks like a back test of the 180. You see that? It's perfect, guys. Look at that. The 180 is coming up right here, and by the time you get there, it'll be dragged down further. It's right at 1250. I mean, it's right where it should be to reject. I think we're right about this. I think we're going to pop up. We may go ahead and reach all the way up. And I think we'll distribute after that. So, yeah, that's super simple. That's the 4 hour, and it's the channel line. I think we're going to lose it. I don't think we're going to get it back, but it's a test. I just popped that on. So just to like recap, the reason that I chose this as a bottom for this channel is because it jumped the creek. So it changed direction. It's advanced. There's a channel down here. It advanced the other way. It seems like it jumped the creek here, and it's trying to go back up somewhere. So when I do that, I look at the resistance back here, and then this is now support. That's the channel. So this is the M cross, right? So this is like the move up, down, up. So jump some creek here, right in the middle. Where is it? Well, if I had just like kind of glanced at it, I probably would have just picked like the bottom of the gap or the top of the gap, whichever. and or maybe even this October 16th bottom. But I don't think that's quite right because, again, that wouldn't give me like a proper channel here. I chose this, so then I use that and triangulate with the top. I just created a parallel, right? It's pretty simple. So like right now, that intersection is very clean, very simple. It's a higher probability. We know that on the 4 hour, when it gets oversold, it typically goes all the way back to the top. There's not a single instance, at least in the last few years, where that hasn't happened. So there's a really good chance this is going to continue back to the top. But after that point, I think that the bigger pattern will play out. So, all right, PGHL is also on the list. All right, so you know what? I think we're going to go a little bit smaller here. This is like this is a trade that's going to be happening like now. Potentially within the next couple of days even, because it's coming to the edge of this channel. So I think we're going to see it turn if it's going to go back up. In fact, I'm so confident about this right now because of the way this is setting up. I'm going to go ahead and like give myself a midline to use. I'm going to see what that does from the bottom on this wave. So, yeah, I don't know why I even tried. I knew it was going to be there. I knew it was going to be there. Yeah, this is a really simple setup. So this is not a guarantee by any means, but this is a really strong setup for channel bound trade. With like an extended fifth wave, basically. This is like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think there's maybe 3 exit points, but I want to say just mainly 2 major exit points. So one is exiting around the 50% mark. It's interesting that that's where that is too, which is 1170. So 1170 is a potential exit point if you're just trying to get the most conservative trade. And then I think it's going to go to 12. I think it's going to end up being like 1240 or something. It'll probably hit the bottom of this gap, maybe even 1250. But it won't be like pretty. It probably would end up being a distribution. So it end up being like a wick to the top and then dump. So it's going to be hard to catch that. But these are really simple trades in my opinion. So I think this is going to be your major test here. Now the 2 hour is right around, frankly, it's right around the same top as this 1170 area, which goes up to about 1190. So this is the same idea. You'd be testing that 2 hour. So I would not be surprised if that halts in the middle and a lot of people sell off and then it makes like a secondary motion. Meaning like this breaks out, it could go to the top pretty fast and then it might like stall out here again and like kind of back up before a final like up thrust or something. It's just a guess. It seems about right. I think there'll be a lot of sellers above 12. So you'd sell off pretty hard. It'll do like a sign of weakness or something, like so make it like a lower low and then it'll break out again and rally, but it won't. It'll be like an up thrust and then it'll die, something like that. Seems about right. Yeah, man, so I guess the entry here is just jumping the creek. It looks like it made a double bottom. RSI on the 2 hour looks kind of garbage, but it seems like it's ready to go. So let's take a look. Low 1096, 1096. So yeah, I made a double bottom here off of 1096. I'll mark that off. It's actually a triple bottom. 1, 2, 3. I think if it advances above 1120, it's a buy for me. I think I'm in. Scared money don't make money, I guess. So pretty strong buy, I think, though, from there. This gap down here at 1062, I don't think it's impossible that it fills now, but you can't have a wave down past the top of 1 and keep that momentum. So it would change the dynamic of this incredibly. Since it already breached above the top, which is 1083 here, if it went to 1064, it loses the wave momentum. So bulls really would not do well to lose that. I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying like it wouldn't look good. I'm going to go to like 30 minute, see where we are. So we're holding right now that 30 minute moving average. We're trying to hold it, I should say. We haven't made an advancement yet. That's why I think it's important to advance back above. Actually, I'm going to move this up to like 1125. No, I'm just going to do the previous top because I want to know in advance. So right now it's holding that 30-minute 180. The 180s are pretty great for swing traders. If you don't know about them, know about them. And then, yeah, this is that area where we'd expect there to be like a backup to. We'd try to advance and bounce between the two. So it's right where it needs to be. That's the 1 hour. So there should be one right here as well. So this looks pretty solid. I think we're going to see a very straightforward channel bound advancement. Fingers crossed, I guess. What about this, Booksy? It already broke down. Well, if I were just looking at RSI, last thing, I guess, we'll go to something else. I would be a little bit nervous that this is like widening and it might have a retracement to get over, maybe oversold again, but I kind of mentioned it before. I think that these are going to give way to the greater one, which is the 4 hour. And I feel like the 4 hour is not even close to, it's just not there. So you can see it, maybe it needs a little bit of a backup, a little bit of a cool off. I'm going to go even lower though. I'm going to go below 30. I want to see where this 15 is. So yeah, I'm thinking that the lower time frames, the RSI is probably already chilled out quite a bit. And it can advance pretty far here. You can see this is like overbought for a while on the 15-minute. It advanced all the way back to the top. So it's trying. You can see it's trying to dip down. Maybe one more time. I don't know. Doesn't need much. Let's check the 6-minute. The magic 6-minute, right? 6-minute actually has a bear or a bullish divergence. This is rising on the bottom with the double bottom price action. So that's bullish. Which, you know, I think, again, a lot of stuff kind of self-evident. You can just look at it. It's trying to advance again right after making the bottom. So it's a 6-minute. You take it with a grain of salt. I like the 6-minute because once it gets that reversal, that's usually a good place of entry. So it did it here as well. There was a divergent reversal really in both these cases on these bottoms, but this one especially right there. And then it finally gets oversold here, but you'd have to kind of make a judgment call about what that looks like for you. If you entered now, I would suggest a stop at like 1096, and then you'd have to be careful because they may drop through that just to kind of shake some folks out. But I think that's a pretty reasonable way to enter this. If you wanted to enter it sooner than later, you could have a really shallow stop, maybe like 1093 or 1090 or something, just so you don't get stopped out right away. That would be reasonable. And again, I think that probably this would be a good one to trade. And maybe a really good one to trade shares with married puts, because if volatility hikes up, puts could get a little bit more expensive even. It just depends on how the price action moves. You would lose some money on it, but I don't think it'll be very much. And in the end, the puts themselves, if you're going far out, should be fairly benign anyways until it dumps beneath like 1024. You're not going to make good money probably on a put anyways unless it dropped beneath that floor. And then the volatility will hike up on them when it's dumping right before that auto reaction down bottom. So I think this is a good trade. I'm going to mark off a couple things here and then I'm going to move on. But yeah, it's simple. And I don't know about options on this, but we probably could find something that even reaps more benefit from this 12%. My guess is you'd want to go, if you're really looking to reap benefits on a move that's like 12% here, you don't really care about you don't want to do just shares only. I would suggest let's see, this is the 16th. I mean, you could do 17th. It'd be really short term. It'd be kind of dangerous. Maybe the next week, though, would be safer. So you could do like a week out. And pick like $13, just slightly above where you think it's going to go. Those will be a little bit cheaper because a lot of people will see the same thing at like 1250. They'll be looking at that 1250 strike. You could probably get a better deal on the 13s, and they're just going to have as much volatility. I'd have to see the delta ratio, but I'm thinking that they usually will be a little bit cheaper, and you're still going to have interest in them because that's where the gap, top of the gap is. I think 1250 is going to be a bit busy, so they may be a little bit more pricey. I don't know. I'm not looking at the options chain right now, but I'm thinking like 13s for maybe the 24th. So I'm going to write that down. I'd have to look it up. Very short term though, like hot potato in and out kind of trade. 13 strike for the 24th. So you would get it here, and then when it hits like 12 or when it hits 1250, you're out. And that's, you just take what you get. Instead of getting like 12, 13%, you might get 30%. You know, it's a good trade. It's just not, it's not going to be like breaking the bank. Two-hour MACD about to cross down, and 30-minute really close to going negative. We need a bid soon to stay bullish. Yeah, but I'm saying like it got a triple bottom here, so it could be a. That's why I don't think the entries. It's not there yet, but that's why I was saying if you're gonna enter it, do it with a stop right below, maybe 1096, because it could dump here and then it'd be done. If the chart does bleed here, I do think it's likely going to go back down to like 1050. It could just build out a bigger potential channel or be done. You know, this could still go in any number of ways. We're doing estimations here, so I'm not looking at it like a guarantee. I don't think entry is imminent yet. I'm not entering it unless it gets above here and holds. That being said, the double bottom is pretty good. I mean, that's a good sign. It just needs to make an advancement. So it's looking really bullish to me on price action. I don't really care that much about the RSI on some of these time frames. I think it's kind of irrelevant to some degree. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary, I guess. And the higher time frame, 4 hours, seems to be really dominant for this stock. So. But yeah, if it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 bottom and it breaks, then you're looking at this as like a descending, you'd be looking at this as a descending triangle, for example. You know. Well, is a descending triangle good or bad? It could be fun. It could break bearish or bullish. But if it broke bearish, then you could use that methodology. I think it's like a 30% thing. I want to say it's like 30%. It's like 30 or 40%. So you could use like the 382. So you get an estimation breakdown of like this floor, which makes sense. That it could go right back there. Why not? That's a previous bottom, so it would make sense to break down and go that way. That's the bear outlook. That changes the dynamic of the trade, obviously. All right. Before we go further, it's like 11:50 my time, so it's about lunchtime. I'm not gonna take a long break. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break and maybe grab something to eat, and then I will be back, and we'll look at some of the others that folks have asked about. Wolf, PGHL. I think there was another one that was earlier than that though, so I'll double check. We'll see where it is. But they're going to be in order that they were requested, and we'll check them out. Anybody that requests anything, try to request ones that have some of the criteria that we want to look for. Like there should be some regularity in the patterning. You don't want it to be like completely irregular, right? You don't want it to be so irregular that it's impossible to chart. There should be a decent setup. So if you're seeing something that you think has a good setup, let me know. But sometimes people like tell me, hey, look at this, and it's because it's already like running. And I'm like, well, that doesn't really help me or help anybody because like we don't have the ability to chase everything, under the sun. We have to be careful about what we decide to chase or not chase. So I don't think that momentum plays are really my thing most of the time, unless the setup is like really good. I'm not really looking for momentum plays. So just keep that in mind. If you guys are requesting something and it's just like, oh, this thing's running, so I want to look at it. Okay. But if it's just a momentum play, I don't know if that's something I really want to chase. So again, just keep that in mind. If you're like, hey, this is like running 1,000% today. Okay, well it's probably done. I don't really want to chase that. So just keep that in mind. But I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm not gonna leave. I'll put AMC on. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll go a little long today. We'll do another hour and we'll look at some other stuff. So if you're interested, yeah, we'll do that. So, sound good? All right. So I'm not leaving. Just going to take a quick break so we can get a breather here for a minute. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I'm back. Quick break. Restroom, coffee, little lunch. Easy enough. What's the damage here? Nothing bad. AMC looks like it's slumping a bit, so on a micro level, it's not a big deal. It's just micro slump. I'm not going to be posting trades right this second. What I'll do is I'm going to look at everything we looked at today after the stream is done. I'm going to come back and see if I can map out entry exit kind of things. If there's something that's eminent, I'm going to try to post it in the Discord group. So yeah, because like I don't want to I don't think anything right now is really hot entry except maybe NU, but it has to do a little bit of work to get there. Everything else we've looked at is kind of meh, like maybe, maybe, not sure yet. IWM might be a good entry soon, but I'm not going to look at that yet. So, all right. So then let's take a look at, so there was a couple that were mentioned earlier. I don't know if that person's still here. Yeah, bad RM. We typed Wolf, LPSN, PGHL. Actually, all these were mentioned. So we'll do those and then maybe one more. I think we've looked at PGHL before, so this should be quick. Yikes. Yeah. So that that didn't work out. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it didn't, but it's because it didn't cross over. Like, it didn't cross up, it crossed down, which is unfortunate. So it looks bad. But, 6 minute, there's bullish divergence here. I think that it's a bit of a misleading motion. Like, we're going back to retest a level. It doesn't look horrible to me. It just looks like a test of a creek. So, yeah, we'll see. Could go pretty low, I guess. It didn't ever make a higher high. I think this is the one where we talked about, to some degree, I think this might be the one where we talked about the M cross and how in order for it to advance, it still has to make a higher high. So it's lost its widening. So I mean, in theory, it could come all the way back down to $1, but I'm thinking it's going to react back up soon. There's a lot of little things here to look at. Yeah, I think this was the one yesterday we looked at and we said there was a problem, but I drew it out, so I don't know. Keep coming into the same issue. It has to do with this floor here. Like, that is a problem when you don't make a higher high after exiting, because it's some kind of a weakness there. It's not always the case, but now in order to kind of prove it, it has to then hold a higher low, and as you can tell, it's kind of coming back down. I feel like we did all this yesterday, but yeah, so maybe it's already oversold. So price target for a widening structure is usually the place that it began widening. That could be interpreted as 123, which is where it's at right now, or 107. This is where the widening began. So it is what it is. It doesn't have a reaction back up to check it, nor does it have a reaction on this trend. So just kind of lost it. It was a very fast moving chart. I don't know, we must have looked at this last Friday, or last week, because I don't have anything for Monday or beyond. Okay. I can work with this. I can work with this. So if it channels, it's not going to come up very high. It may get rejected pretty soon. And technically it's already beneath another channel, which makes it a little more complicated. If, however, it's just about coming to get creeks, I'm going to use the lesser one here. I'm not going to use the up thrust. And I think it's likely going back here. So yeah, I must have had this marked off as a breakdown, 140. And it did break down. So it's a bit of a widening spread. Well, it's not much of a trade, but it's probably going to go from 123 back up to 131 for whatever that's worth. I think it'll go back up and check this. There's definitely a an attempt here to try to turn, but seeing strength through RSI. It's oversold up to an hour. All right, so the simplest explanation is that this is just a back test on the creek that was jumped here at 129. It's come back down. It could come a little bit lower for sure. I think that there's a lot of danger in kind of assuming where this creek is based on a curve. As you can tell, that's an issue. Usually the last point of contact is going to be the best indication. So yeah, I'm not going to use this widening here. I'm going to use the resistance, which was at 40, and I'm going to use the support, which is right here at 126. So that's pretty low. That goes really far down. No, I didn't see. Remember, a lot of times stocks are brought down so they can be bought back up. So if there's some kind of issue long term with it, it may not matter, but this is going to be like a hot zone for retesting though, so I wouldn't like despair or anything about it. This area right here is prime real estate for back tests. So if you want to just play a back test, at least at this point, wherever you want to buy in, maybe you could use the RSI. It's a lot of times it seems like it's double bottomed there, so I'm not sure. There's a lot of history to look at. We'd have to kind of observe. Yeah. I don't know, man. A lot of times this kind of motion right here, this is like a quadruple flush, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it comes down and holds. This could represent where the floor is now. It's a 854 retracement. You see how like after that 1, 2, 3, 4, it came back down pretty low. That's a possibility. And then this is like ultimately just like an M cross, 1, 2, and then 1, 2 at the top. So from an RSI standpoint, you can see like that makes sense. It's kind of narrowing into that wedge. Here, it's where I identified that top, and I'm trying to use that bottom as a possible area, but it's hard to interpret this. This is really messy in here. There's a widening that occurred. It makes it difficult because I don't know which to use. Like this is very strange. This like widening spread right here over the creek. So like there's a number of ways to interpret this, and so I could use kind of the way I want to do it is use where it started taking off. I might have to get closer. I said this was going to go fast, but maybe not. Maybe the last two tops would even be better since that wasn't checked. Since this was checked and this wasn't checked back here when it took off. It's the layup. It's my coffee maker. Who knows? It's not really necessary to check this creek anyways. I think I'm just looking at, you're like, why? Well, because in the grand scheme of things, like anything here could be interpreted as a creek check from like 113 up to like 130, since this is like curving outward, there's not a single place. You could use like multiple spots. So I feel like it's a bit dicey to try to assume that the creek is absolutely here. It's different when it's more regular, but this one's very flattening. Like, I would say like right now, the nature of it is not the best. You know, the fact that it went below the golden pocket retracement is not the best. But retracements are retracements. You know, this is ultimately like a move from the bottom, which started at 105, all the way up to 180. Arguably, you could say it's some kind of ABC correction, and then it's going to start a new whatever down. I don't want to get into that right this second. It would be a lot, and I'm not that good at Elliott wave, so it's making a lot of assumptions on my part. I'm thinking that it looks pretty decent for a potential bottom already. This is interesting. On balance volume holding up pretty well here. It's actually coming back down to near average where this began on December 2nd at the top. So I think maybe it's going for 120, which is the 786. I would say it could go as low as 114, and then it should have a reaction if it hasn't already by then, because I know it's oversold on some time frames. Unfortunately, after that point, it becomes a little bit more difficult, because while there is like a hook here, and I definitely think it could easily just kind of come back up, you might count this as an auto reaction with a potential phase B top if it's going to build out a range, and we don't know what's going to happen yet. So you guys are like, well, this isn't very helpful, Booksy. No, it's not. I mean, the problem with this is it didn't make an advancement. I said that earlier, talking about AMC. It's like you got to wait now to see if it's going to bounce and make an advancement. Sometimes in a range, the auto reaction is early on, and then it comes and makes a low. It's like a weakness. It usually indicates it's going to sell down further. Other times you can interpret it different ways, but I think that this particular setup isn't bad. It's just not done yet. I don't know where this is going to stop, and it could frankly be a really long phase B that lasts for months. So we kind of missed the early reaction here and here. Those would have been the better trades, especially right there on that bottom. That was a really clean reactive bottom. So anyways, there's a retracement there. Maybe, again, you could interpret this as the beginning of an impulse, but I'm thinking that it's not. I'm thinking it's probably a range now that they've decided to take it back down. So that somebody likes trading in this area. They found a lot of liquidity. Just taking it back down. So on and so forth. So in my opinion, whether it's now and it bounces or it comes a little bit lower and goes to like 115, I think the trade is most likely going to be back up to 150. That seems like the trade, the next trade that might be made. I mean, you guys know I'm not perfect. Obviously, there's times where this works and times where it doesn't work. The easiest way to trade this, I suppose, is just to look at the overarching small trend. Like the most simple thing, not overarching. That's a dumb way to put it. Yeah, just look at this little micro trend here and just trade that trend. When it exits a trend, I think you got a pretty solid chance it's going to come back up to near 150. So I'll put an alert on this trend line, and that way we can come back if it jumps that trend. You wonder if I was bearish when it ran up here. Oh, I don't know if you guys are talking to me. Well, I don't have any, I don't remember being bearish back here, but I do know that you can see like the hooking action. We call it the cat ears because it just looks like a kitty cat with its paw in the air. But it's just that motion of like pushing up and then rejecting and failing to advance again. Usually on a weakness. So there's usually like it'll be overbought or there'll be a divergence. Usually you'll see volume dip on the second push, things like that. And then it's usually historically at a place where, yeah, you've got supply. So this right here doesn't look great. But after that point, it's really anybody's game because it could have right here crossed up. You see the second ear set up right here? This is where you can have that cross up and then it goes back. This is exactly what we talk about all the time on this channel. But if it doesn't happen, you're pinned and then you almost always inevitably go down pretty far. So if I were looking at this from that point of view, I would have been back here looking at this guy, this crossover. So now this becomes like a wave down and yep. And so you're looking at more or less a new established wave down. So you'd be looking at this like 50-50 cross here. And then this wave down. It looks like it's already hit it. That's why I'm kind of curious. I don't know if it's going to go further. I feel like it's anybody's guess here. We may not have hit it just yet, but it's close. So the fact that these are intersecting right now is good. It gives you a sense of direction. The fact that we have a creek down through here gives you a sense of direction. But I think that the end result is kind of meh, you know. And my cats just don't want to be good today. There's rebellion mode. All right. What are you talking about, Dave? I think Dave is in the past. Or you're reading somebody else's comments. Why would I be bearish? I've talked about GME as from my standpoint. I think there's a bit of both there. I'm going to look at Wolf next. We talked about GME earlier, Dave. This is a bearish divergence on RSI. So if it doesn't pan out into an S-curve up that breaks above, I think you're in trouble. Like a breakdown below 29 is not good. And I don't think that the chart supports a bullish opinion on that. This ends up looking like a latent cat ear, like a 1 and then 2 on the wave. So this is a wave up and then another wave up. And right now, there's no definitive yes or no, but historically, like this has been fine in the past at different times. In the big January run up, this kind of similar setup happened, and it really was just cooling off before advancing. But there are times where this is not the case. This becomes an S-curve if it works out, but if it's not, then it's just a rising trend on a weakening strength, and that's not good. So I know that I'm not bearish on it, and I think the volume doesn't really support a particularly bearish attitude. And it did jump this final, parallel that we were looking at. But if it dumps beneath that parallel, somebody pulls the plug, it could be very, very, very ugly. So Yeah. I'm just going to throw it there. After 150, it would go back and retest this upper trend here. I don't know if I've got it drawn perfectly. So maybe it's all right. 150, it's going to come back to the top probably. It'd be like this range right here. And that's sort of the test of whether or not it comes up above and makes a higher high. This is where you have that possibility if it can hold. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. This could be a really the beginning of a longer range. It's just too difficult for me to tell. If it holds a higher low here, it's definitely possible that it's going to try to advance again and try to make a higher high this time and try to push above 196. But I don't think that there's a single answer there. So that's why I'm hesitant to say it, because it didn't make the higher high on the push out, which bothers me. So it's got to be part of like a bigger setup. Yeah, I mean, we looked at Wolf. If I recall, I was kind of not as bullish as you were on it. I don't want to say that just because it's down today, but if I recall, like we were sort of talking about this chart, and I was saying like I didn't really feel like it was necessarily hyper bullish. There were some problems with it. And okay, I don't want to say that just because it's down and then make, oh, it really wasn't. I just remember thinking it was okay. It had some weird issues though, because yeah, you said something about a diamond, and I said I didn't see a diamond bottom, and we looked at. I guess we must have looked at like a weekly or something. This is a big chart. That's interesting. Yeah, this is what we must have looked at. So, right. So I think 760 is a big level that needed to hold. If it doesn't hold, it's hard to make a good argument for it. I can see that OBV and RSI and even the price action, it seems to be like they're all kind of trying to gear up. But like I can see the widening here, which would indicate maybe a change of direction. That's there on the price action, as is the massive volume. But RSI has like had this fake out breakout here, and then now it looks like a cat ear. So somebody wanted to take it back down again. I mean, these same kind of distribution patterns don't often appear really obviously on RSI, but it is here. There. So it looks like it crossed down. This is why it's not doing well right here. This -1 is not good. I mean, that's pretty sour. Yeah, that number's been getting steeper and steeper and steeper. You see, I'm looking at the reported, and it's just been dropping. So that tells me that there's something off with probably with their cash flow. I mean, it stayed elevated for a long time, probably because revenue kept beating. But I'm thinking that this probably was a long time coming anyways. This is a huge, huge chart, so yeah, man, I don't know. I probably didn't give it a whole lot of thought when talking about this like middle. So we could look at that one more time and just see. I think I have it a little bit high. That makes more sense. So you see that hit right here? Sorry. I didn't draw it right, and that sometimes that happens. Why that? Let's take a closer look at this guy then. We're going to do it some justice. The thing is I don't necessarily think every chart, and I've said this before, I don't think every chart sets these up because they're going to do it later. I think that every chart has the possibility to hold or to capitulate, right? Like, it's not, I personally don't think determinism is a thing. I think that the way that this is set up, it may be determined over the course of like 3 to 5 years, which is typically the way that institutions play. And so if they have a change of character in that 3 to 5 year span, that's usually about as far as you would take it. 24 years, I mean, it's tough. Like, again, if there were a change in character, maybe when this started, this wouldn't have developed a certain way. But, like, you got to remember, like, as soon as this comes down, it starts testing liquidity. So, like, if, for example, in this huge range, right, back in 2002, this had made a stronger effort to not make lower lows here, it's possible this is like a sign of weakness, right? You're seeing like early on maybe some signals that this may not be the strongest and it may not hold up, but depending on a lot of things, I guess, like who's in it, liquidity, what the earnings are like, etc., that could have experienced at some point like a major change of character. It doesn't really define the stock necessarily. When we look at Wyckoff stuff, it's always easy when you're zoomed out. You're looking at this like it could be 10 minutes. This is like 20-something years. It's easy to look at it and be like, well, why didn't you see it? Well, because at that time, you're probably not looking at this like it's going to be a 20-year range. You're probably looking at it like, I'm just looking at this guy right here, right? And it ended up, this is long enough. This is like a 5-year range. Are we going to mark it up? Well, yeah, we're going to try to take it up, you know, above this $24 area, which we're having trouble breaking out. But it does take it up. But then every time it's trying to advance, you know, it's failing to advance. And that's where the long term comes into play. So I wouldn't ever look at a chart like this and suggest that back here they somehow knew that it was weak and it wasn't going to advance. But I think that the markers are made so that if there's a downtrend, like this is going to be the downtrend, I genuinely think that's true. So I do think that those are there. If bears have strength and they say, we want to go this way, well, again, maybe that indicates some determinism, but I don't think it does. On the short term, maybe more so. Like, so if I saw weakness on this, sign of weakness on the short term, and I'm like, yeah, this is very similar to what we talked about earlier, where you have a big push up and you come down and you make a new low. Yes. You know, I might argue that I could make a short-term determination that this could end up being weak later on. One of the things that would bother me about it is this guy here. So when it came up, it made a higher, again, it's like really hard to see it, right? Unless you're looking for it, but it made a higher low back here. And then it goes up, and this should have been like an auto reaction that started a new range. Instead, it comes down and makes 2 consecutive new lows. So it has this apparent sign of weakness. And not only that, but I think this breached even this low. Yeah, so it's a pretty major dip. Like, it didn't hold either of these 1, 2, 3, 4 supports. and that's a lot. So what that would say is that, okay, clearly there's a lot of A, sellers, people that want to sell it, but B, like there's not as many buyers as you might think. It looks a little weak. They're not being able to hold these levels that they've currently gotten to. And there's probably a desire then at that point to, yeah, we may take it down low. Again, is it possible that that changes in the future? Yeah, I think so. That's what I'm saying. Like that is a sign of weakness, but it's like that could have changed. There could have been a change of character anywhere in here. Like if this chart had, I don't know, they could have merged with Microsoft or something. I have no idea, you know, and that you would have witnessed what would have been considered a change of character. Which that's the whole reason Wyckoff has that, because sometimes these things, yeah, it's there, but it's a weakness, but it doesn't necessarily indicate that it has to be that way, especially on a 20-year range. So this is then taken up to the top. Again, it tests the top and then it drops off. I know I've said it like 3 times today, but this is really like the same exact thing in some ways that you're seeing like here on AMC on the micro and what we saw on MPW. I talked about it early in the stream. If you get that advancement and then immediately start breaking down, that usually is a sign of weakness, is what it's called. And then it's weird because you think it's going to go, you think it's going back up, but it's really just going back up to sell before coming back down. And that's a very typical topping action in the market. So this tiny little range right here, that's like a day, 1 day. To me, I look at that, I'm like, it's pretty similar. You know, the goal here seems pretty much the same. Because again, it pushed up and then it kind of ruined itself a little bit. It wouldn't tell me that it's going to come down forever necessarily. It just says that it seems like there's a desire to get to liquidity here, which is now being proven. So like the space between the two wasn't ever checked. And so there's this long-standing buy-in followed by a massive sell-down. Where did they get all these shares from? Well, here, right? And, you know, who knows? So that the rotation there seems to make sense to me. So that's why this looked a little bearish to me. And I was saying that in order for this to not be bearish, you have to have that rebound. But again, it did the thing that we're just talking about. Like it came up and it made a high, and then it goes immediately down and makes a new low. And that just tells me that unless this happens, right? Unless it rebounds and makes a higher high and then comes down, that would be bullish. That's the bottom we were talking about earlier. Unless that happens, which would be a change of direction, this is ultimately just a sign of weakness. When it came up, again, it did not make that advancement, so it stopped here. I think that's the main reason that it just didn't look that appealing, because it's like it doesn't look like it's done selling off. And in order for it to prove itself, I said it needed to come back up, cross this creek, and then advance higher. And it's not doing that right this second. So it's going back down to test lows. That makes sense to me because it already made the sign of weakness. So yeah. So I wasn't being bearish just because. I mean, I was trying to just give you an assessment of what I thought was going on. I think it's trading the range it wants to trade. I think that we're going all the way back down to some really early levels here. You know, there's a lot that you could look at with retracement data and stuff. I'm not going to do major retracements here, but I'm guessing like 450 is probably one, as it was a level here that mattered, so on and so forth. You know, the way that I would trade this is I would do it judiciously with patience, because if this manages to recover, much like what we see with some other stocks that recover, like your AMC, GME kind of things, after they did long-term distribution, if and when they recover, usually that reaction's really strong. Like I would imagine that this comes back up to, it could test all-time highs, but at the very least, it's this trend right here. So depending on what happens here, who knows? This could take a really long time. I mean, it could be way out here in 2029 for all we know. But I think at that point, yeah, you could be talking about a move from $3 to $30 or to $40. That's a big deal. If you're going to try to trade it short term, then really what you're going to try to trade is probably what we would call the auto reaction. Because I'm guessing, again, it's a guess, unless some major catalyst happens, I'm guessing this is not going to be short term. This is a huge, huge chart. So my thought is that you would look at, man, I don't know. This is like just getting started though. I feel weird about it because it's like, this is the ledge right here that it dropped from, which isn't that far away. I know it's $24, but I'm just looking at the grand scheme of things. It's like, that's not that far off. So, yeah, so you might, I don't know, guys. You might see it form a new bottom in the same place that this one was down here. But if it's, because this is technically like a different range. Yeah. It seems likely, so that's where it's going to happen. There's a lot pointing to this area. Lots of stuff pointing to this area. So I think just someone wanted to take it back, you know? I don't know. Either restart it or distribute and just be done with it. They got as much of what they wanted out of it and they're done. Major investments. Maybe something happened with the fundamentals of the stock back here. I don't really know. It doesn't look good. It's been losing like $1 per share, which is bad. So, yeah, I don't think, I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I don't think it's going to react all the way to 23 all at once. Even though, yes, I would agree that this looks fairly bullish in terms of like a bottom. It does look like a possible bottom. I'm on the weekly, and you can see like this is varying quite a lot. So this is an example right here of from oversold to overbought, and it's not that far. And you have another one right here, oversold to overbought, and it's really far. So there's also plenty of times where an auto reaction doesn't really even need to go that far at all. I have a bit of a concern because of this, and I'm wondering if this is already the auto reaction, like it already happened. It's kind of low. That's why I'm not sure. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's like too low. It's too low. It reads a little bit more like an LSPY, like a bear flag almost. So usually this is the reaction right here. It's that first big drop off the cliff. So wherever it stops, it's going to end up being like the same, isn't it? Yeah, pretty close. So wherever it stops, you might see this kind of reaction. Yep. Oftentimes it's like halfway, so I hate that, but it may not stop selling off for a while. Because you got to remember, if this fails and it doesn't like immediately recover, then you're looking at a long road ahead. Even if it's like a fast dump, it needs to recover quick. I don't think this is a good trade right now. If it broke back above like 850, I'd say yeah, like maybe. Because that to me would be a potential turnaround here over this creek. And it would have to hold above like 750 after that. So, but until that time, I'm not really convinced this is a good trade. I would check your retracements and see if there's something around. See if there's something important around like 550. This seems possible as like a setup for a turnaround. If the earnings is like good, for example, something like this might be feasible to go back and retest this trend that hasn't been tested. So chopping low, forming some kind of a bottom, and then I'm thinking 550 might be important for some reason. It would probably be long term. Yeah, 5 looks like the 618. And it's chopping right now along the 950, which is the 0.5. So pretty close. Pretty close. So it might be like that, for example. I don't know. That looks like a golden pocket retracement, so maybe. But if the goal is to get it down low and to keep it down there, then this may not pan out either. This could be like a reaction that then dumps further over time. Just another way to distribute back above the 0.5, and you've just generated like a channel, which is kind of what it looks like to me. See how that matches the channel line? So then you can basically like, you could have a little mini squeeze type deal, and you don't have to go back up higher than that, and then you could just do like another distribution down. It's sort of like a bigger version of what we're seeing here. And then, yeah, and then you're in the range that you really want to be in. That's why I'm saying like this trade doesn't really feel good to me, because there's a lot that could happen. And I think this could go all the way to being overbought pretty quick, up to like near $12 or something. So I think be a bit skeptical about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if on balance volume starts recovering long before the price does down here. I think on balance might get a nice buy-in down here, you know, in the $3 area, $3 to $7 area. Long term, if it comes back out, yeah, I think it's a spring, and I think you could end up with a really massive move long term, like down here. See that? How that gives you like a nice clean 50-50 here. I think that's likely if it long term is going to be profitable and all that jazz. But right now, the fundamentals don't look super solid. So, okay. Yeah, 5 looks about right. As always, grain of salt. You never know. I could be wrong. When I say that, what I mean is that you should just, it's like my way of reminding you guys, just make sure you do your own DD. You might find that you disagree, you know? MTTR, you've got an average of 4, I don't know what Matterport is. You've got an average of 470. I feel like you can break 5. This is a really young stock. So this is the ceiling right here at 761. I know that because when it came down, that's the big sell down right here. It stopped, it went lower. That's a sign of weakness. Back tested, but then it back tested that same line that it stopped on the first time. That's really the main ceiling. It's at 740. It's kind of in a weird spot. Then I would look at, like, did it already make kind of the major move down? I like to do this because it usually makes the most sense to me to do this. Did it make that move? Yes, it did. I mean, it's kind of there already, so might be a little off. This looks a little longer, but I can see why. I did drew it a little short. Yeah, I mean, that's the reaction right there. So when we look at it, that's kind of done. So now you're going to be concerned with whether or not this is distribution. And it's going to be tricky because the price action is really flat. It's rising, but RSI is falling. So it's a question of, like, is it resetting and getting ready for another leg up, like another up, or is it just about to capitulate and go down, being like a bearish divergence? This is a long-term move. This goes from May to here. So we could probably treat it by itself as its own range and just look at it. It's a bit of a cup and handle. Some of you guys will probably point that out to me. I do agree. I think sometimes we overuse the cup and handle, but, like, if it's long enough, it could be accurate. The only thing about the cup and handle that I'm not sure about in this case is volume. I'm going to get rid of that bar. Heavy volume on the left side, strong buying volume on the right side. If it's a cup and handle, it just reached the top. So it would be like coming all the way back up to the top. Big wave, back up, makes a higher low. So that'll be important when you're analyzing it, because you'll be looking at this guy as the major cross. Like, that's the resistance right there. Makes me think that this might not be done yet. Yeah, so this is the M cross down the middle. I can see it on RSI decently right there. Let me see what that looks like. It's a bit symmetrical, right? This 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 bit. It's interesting. Before I forget it, I'm a little nervous because this dropped below where that opened. I'm a little nervous this is a bit of a weakness. So I'm going to just mark that off, as I think it could be a sign of weakness. But I don't see a major auto reaction that's followed by a sign of weakness, and that's important. So it looks like a selling climax, not a selling climax followed by an auto reaction that then makes another weakness. That's the more bearish sign of weakness because it comes right after the auto reaction. This one doesn't really have that. This kind of looks like the auto reaction here and doesn't make another low. So skeptical about it. I'm trying really hard to get that structure right where I want it. I think right there, because it crosses the creek. That is correct. I think that's the middle of this whole wave. So, yeah, so it kind of looks like it would end in about a month. It's not long. Like, you'd probably have your answer really soon because if it's distributive, it'll be fairly obvious, I think. It already tested that. This is a hard chart. So here's what a distribution probably does. It probably makes a higher high and sort of chops into this corner and tries again. And then it ultimately like starts like dumping pretty far if it's distributive. It's not the end of the world. This is 493 to 383 or whatever. It's $1, but it's enough. That's what it would look like if it distributes. I don't think it goes significantly higher, but sometimes distributions do have like a massive push depending on where they're going to go later. So like if this is going to take a little bit longer to go down, maybe it pushes up higher first than you would think it would, and then it takes longer to go down, that kind of thing, right? To get to the creek. I don't think there's an easy way to measure that in advance. It's just something to be aware of. Like it might break above 5 to head fake, so just be careful. So if that's distributive, that's what that would look like. I think, honestly, I think if it's a SOS, and I don't see it yet, it looks like a double top, but I think right now it just looks like a 1-2. I think if it ends up being an SOS, see, I think this is also a sign of weakness. Whoa, no. A potential sign of weakness, I should say, because it's not clear yet. See, it pushes up, goes up higher, and then it goes and makes a new low. Yeah. So somebody was testing the sell-off of it here, and they found enough sellers to take it back. It does make a higher low than this other one, but it definitely could be seen as a sign of weakness. So I would venture that's like a 50% marker region for this. So if it goes up again, it's going to be widening, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'd be like a widening structure near the top. Yeah, it's pretty clever. Oh, this already came over the top, so I misdrew that. Yeah. All right. Well, here's what I think. Okay, your my judgment, different things. You might decide differently than I do, but I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that it looks to me like this is not, I don't think this is an SOS. So I'm just kind of throwing out what I think is most likely. And it seems to me like this looks like a flush is imminent because it barely breached the top and then really doesn't make a lot of effort. It seems like I'm on the 2 hour, so I could be a little bit wrong. Let's go to the daily. I need to check daily. Hold on before I say anything. Sorry. Yeah, it just barely wicked above the top. That's not particularly strong. So like what an SOS should do, guys, is it should breach the top and it should close above the top. And then after it does that, you might get a backup, but you want to see like volume evaporate and get those higher lows and lower highs. And you actually want it to look like a triangle, basically. That's like the ideal SOS. So it would have been more like this. Maybe not that dramatic, but you get what I'm saying. Instead, what you have is you have like an approach to the top that then is pretty volatile. It actually loses its trend and goes and makes a new low, which is very bearish looking. And now it's trying to go back up again. It's almost like there was such a heavy sell-off that it couldn't hold the trend that it was holding for a while. And that's not really positive. So is it possible that it's a fake out and it's going to reverse and go the other way? Maybe. I think what's more likely, though, is that this is giving us a distance for a top, like here. I think it's flushing down. It's going to flush up. It might hit like 515, and then I'd be really careful. If it does not hold, it's probably going to dump really far. So if it comes right back down through 5, so it hits 515 or something, comes back down through 5, you're in big trouble. Yeah. It's like people are waiting to sell almost is what it looks like. I'm not sure that this is going to happen because sometimes in these models, Wyckoff doesn't always work out the way you think it does. And there could be a situation where someone looks at that as an SOS with a backup, in which case you're just looking at that advancement. But I think it'd be pretty straightforward here. Like I genuinely think that if it goes above 5 and holds above 5, hold. But if it dumps here again, if it loses this creek again, this trend again, I think it's going to go all the way down to this guy. Not a real big question in my mind. Like that's how confident I would be about that. So if it drops this trend again, I'm going to say with relative confidence it's going to end up down here. I'm almost positive. It's going to do at least a 50% retracement, and then it very well could easily keep going. I think it's going to, more than likely, if it does this, it's going to be an S-curve down. I think the danger is the UTAD, as you call it, the upthrust after distribution, which is not always like really obvious, but that's the danger here. So I'd be really careful, you know. For upside, someone looking at this might say, well, yeah, that might be true, Booksy, but I think it's just like a J and it's going to break up and it's just like a rising triangle or something, right? Like a rising pennant. Or, if, for example, a cup and handle. Well, a handle should come back down now and shouldn't go back up above again. So if it goes back up again and drops through, that's not a handle. That's distribution, all right? Because any Joe Schmo could say it's a cup and handle. If it did that every time, you would be confused, but it's not the case. Like cup and handles don't do that. They should hit a top and then come right back to the top, and then they build strength again and then break. They don't breach the top minorly and then breach it again. That's not a cup and handle. That's not what they do. They don't do that. So, and then breach it again and then retreat and then form a handle and then go. That doesn't even make sense to me. That's just not even in my brain. So I think if it retreated right now and it handled without going back up, there's a greater chance that it could recover as a cup and handle. Maybe that was misinterpreted by me. It is a kind of SOS. And instead of advancing right now, it tries to drop back down and it holds 450, and you can handle and come back out. I'd try again. I'd still be nervous about it being a UTAD, but that's that. And then, of course, the alternative is it's some kind of a, we call it an ascending triangle, which is a pattern that you repeatedly hit the top. And they don't have to be perfect, so there's an argument to be made against Wyckoff that Wyckofian Wyckofian terminology and all that junk doesn't even give you a chance to have this. I don't think that's an unreasonable way to look at it, but usually if you have a rising triangle, usually you're given like more hits on the top. Like you should have at least like 3 to 4 hits, before you take off. This is kind of irregular if it is. So that's the only 2 patterns I know that might be relatable here is the cup and handle and the rising triangle. I don't know. This is just one of those trades that I think feels like chasing. Like you're kind of waiting for like a second move and maybe you get it, but it's a bit of a chase here. Honestly, I don't even really see like a great... I mean, it'd be a really weird top, right? If it just topped here. That might be what we're thinking is like, this doesn't look like a top. Looks bizarre. Maybe the ideas that I'm having are right, but maybe this ends up being some really dramatic flush, Maybe this ends up being some kind of a massive... It does like some kind of a massive flush and then dumps, It's just a weird looking chart because of the flatness of it. I think it's confusing. And it's brand new. But I think that the overall move itself is kind of done, in my opinion. So, no, that's not very helpful for you, but this is kind of like the whole WTO thing we've been looking at. I'm trying to like determine where that's going to be. And there you go. Yeah, there should be like a wall here of sorts. Yeah. Pretty close. I will agree though. I mean, I do agree that if it manages to do a break here, it's trying. This is interesting. Looking at this now. Maybe we get a big, like I said, like a big cat here. Because on the RSI, it looks kind of like a double up thrust. Doesn't it? So maybe we're right. Maybe this is a sign of weakness, but, big but. Yeah, maybe we're going to see it actually do like an up thrust really, really far before sliding back through. So if you're already in the trade, I would suggest that you just set a stop for beneath this trend here. But do what you want to do, but I think that's pretty reasonable. And the daily 180 is like right below that. That would be reasonable because if it has an upthrust and moves back through that, it's going to come down lower anyways, lower than your average, which was like 470s or something. But then I would also maybe, if it were me, I'd probably set a sell order just to have it on in case there's like a massive dump. I'd probably put it at like 7 or maybe 690 just to kind of cut it off. Because I think it's possible that it hits this little gap area right here, this zone right here, since that's like the main ceiling. That might make more sense because then this gives it a big pop that looks a lot like, you know, the classic double top. But then it respects the weaknesses that were built into this and takes it back down, which frankly starts a whole lot of questions. So you could end up with a massive long-term breakdown. Why do you gotta be like that, Wasted Memories? Haven't you already like lost enough that you would have at least an ounce of compassion towards people who may not be in a great position right now? What is your problem, dude? You come on here like every other week and have like you're sad and you're upset. And you're saying you're not in a good place. You did the same thing on a Discord group. It's like you're just trying to get attention or something. And then now you're on here saying RIP to people who got 117s, blah, blah, blah. I mean, come on, man. Who are you to rub salt in other people's wounds? What gives you the right? You're just like becoming a big fat troll is what you're becoming. It's like we're watching the evolution of a troll right now. I legitimately think that's what we're experiencing. I don't know if I could possibly catalog it like that, but that's what it seems like. When Wasted Memories first came on here, he talked about his family. He talked about struggling for his family. He came into the Discord. He talked about the difficulties with AMC. As time went on, he became more and more disillusioned with AMC as we missed these runs, but he also refused to heed other people's advice. He continued to buy weeklies every single week for months on end, saying he was going to hit the jackpot. He essentially was just throwing money down the toilet, and then when it didn't happen, he would get mad and start grumbling about how it was all whack and all this stuff. But you made those personal choices. Like, he made a choice to trade that way, and he repeatedly said, I know it's my choice. But you can't say, oh, it's my choice over and over. It's insanity. It's like you're just continuing to make the same choices over and over and over again. And then finally, he's like, all right, well, I may just get some leaps and... Yeah, but you like fully devolve. You've devolved. I don't know what's going on, dude, in your life, but I can't judge you for it, like in that sense. Like ultimately, I'm nobody to judge you either, but like you've gone from like somebody who's just like seeking empathy and seeking sympathy almost to just being angry to then now you're just coming on here every other day to like mock other people who are bullish or whatever. So I don't know, man. Like, I I'm happy to apologize if that's what you need, because I'm not ashamed to be wrong about something. It happens, you know. I know that in the end, this has been a really difficult and frustrating trade for everybody, myself included. But I'm also not going to sit here and like complain about it every day. Nobody wants to listen to some guy sit here and talk about how bad AMC is, how horrible his life is, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't, who cares? Like, everybody's dealing with their own crap. You make your decisions, I make my decisions. And I appreciate it, Reese, but that is true. There's always been elements of like, you need to be careful. When we broke out here, I didn't say that it should be higher. I said that it could be that that's it. When we were moving up, I was bullish in this area here. There were flip-flop moments, but this is kind of one of those moments where it's like, yeah, it jumped the creek. It should be ready to go. If you got that trade, great. But I never gave anybody any promises that it was going to go beyond that hook. That was always a danger. Like the 560s were going to be scary no matter what. There's a ton of trends there that we could just stop at. And then dilution. And, that is a whole nother set of questions that we could try to answer. But there's nothing to it, It didn't go. Like, the time to make those decisions was back in December, about a month ago. The time to, like, just consider the future, I'm not giving up. Because, yeah, like, it may be that this doesn't happen either. And it may be that we get to this point. And if this doesn't happen, like, I don't know what to say. I probably won't say anything. But this is also like built on setups, and we've already looked at the setup repeatedly, religiously for the last year. You said that last time. You said going up a couple bucks would be enough. We went up from the bottom here at 4 up to like 550. I'm not beating you up, dude. AMC is only beating you up if you let it beat you up. You said yourself right now that you're making it personal, so anyways. Look, I don't really care if you want to take it personally or not. Like, that's your choice in life, and you can decide if you want to take it personally. That's fine. I don't even care if you've got big emotions, big feelings, whatever you want to call it. Lots of people do. I do, at different points. Everybody is different in that way. What I care about is whether or not you're deriding or you're kind of like disparaging towards other people. That's the difference. Is you could have like big emotions and then not be manipulative. You could have big emotions and not hurt other people's feelings because you feel bad. You can just let those things be. Like, I can be in a bit of a depression and a funk and not like take that out on my family. Like, a choice I could make. I can be honest about it without having to make it dictate my actions. So if you're choosing to take it personally, that's fine. If you're choosing to be upset about it, that's fine. You've made choices. Those are the consequences. If some of those are consequences, some of them are not. Some of them are out of your control. But at the end of the day, like, if you come in here and you just start bad-mouthing other people, then that's different. like the LOL things, the making fun of people who may be stuck in a play that they don't want to be in. That stuff's not cool, man. That's just mean. Against your fellow human being, like, no. That's the kind of stuff that gets you, removed from community in that sense. And I've done it before for you, and I don't want to do it again. But if it comes to that, I will. If you're just going to come on here and tell everybody how screwed they are on AMC, and you're not participating in the stream that we're doing, what we're doing today is we're looking at trades like that we could make that are not AMC, and that's what today has been about. There's not been a single ounce of bad, bitter spirit in here at all. There's been people who disagree about things, but you're the only one that's been that way the whole day. Whatever. Anyways, I'm not this guy's parent or mentor or anything. It's just a person, but guy to guy, I'm just telling you, like, I don't find that to be good. Like, man to man, I find it to be not good. And I'm not going to, like, tolerate it, if you're bad-mouthing other people or making people feel bad. Like, I don't have to sit there and tolerate it. Not for the sake of free speech or something. Give me a break. Oh, yeah. Consolidation isn't bad. Long-term consolidation gives you big cause and effect. Big cause, big effect. Could the cause be good? Yes. Could the cause be bad? Yes. Or excuse me, could the effect be good? Yes. Could the effect be bad? Yes. But consolidation is just a cause. You're just building up reason to move. The reason that you move after massive amounts after long-term sideways is because of the cause built up. It's a reason for the move. It's a massive amount of accumulation or distribution that's taking place. So I don't see any problem with consolidation for a long time. We had a 10-month sideways period before the January markups. So if we have 10 months of sideways here and markup, I'm not going to complain about it. It is what it is. Right? I'm thinking NU is about to break out. We may see it today. I'm going to see what's available for options here. Just put in a number. I'm going to look at January 24th, which is just a little ways out. I'm going to look at, we said maybe a little high, maybe 13. These strikes go all the way up to like 22, but there's no bid on these. So nobody wants them. It's a bit too light maybe. So look at the 12.5s. There's a bit more at 12 and 12.5. And like I was kind of expecting, they're more expensive. There's a bunch of people asking at 13.50, but not a lot at 13. That's 4 cent. And that's a 4 cent bid at 12.50. So the 12.50s have 400 open interest, 41 volume. That's not very much. There's no volume on the 13s. 12s are better, higher volume, higher open interest. A little more expensive. Probably could get away with getting a 12. I think on the basis of, and I'm not looking at delta here, but on the basis of this, if you did this, it would have to be a tight stop though, because if it messes up, you're in trouble. I really think it could just be like a gap up situation though, come Friday. So you can just kind of miss it. There it is. I got the alert on the trend at 11. The bid and the ask on the 1250s is a little spread, so I'm not sure I like that. It's a little high. But maybe. Okay. That's not bad. Still need to see that higher high, but for now, it's gone through, so. It's kind of struggling right there. Volume's pretty low. Really need to see that buy-in. I would be expecting like a creek jump essentially here, so there might need to be one more kind of backup first. I'm gonna set up a trade plan here for this. And I'll post it on. I'm gonna go with just a quick swing trade on calls because I don't really want to deal with the hassle of a married. I was thinking about it earlier, and we'll see what happens. So if we can get above this 1120 with support, I'm thinking that the price of these is going to be around 5 to 6, maybe 7 cents per contract. And I'm thinking exiting at 1190 and 1250. And then if we're looking for calls, we'll be doing a January 24th. I'm going to go with what I want to go with. You guys do whatever you want to do, but I'm going to look at 1250s because that was kind of what I wanted anyways. They're not the greatest volume-wise. 13 was way too low. Again, no guarantees in the market. There's a solid channel set up here. to go back and retest. It's like a double channel setup, really. The 4-hour EMA. I think that's what we determined was most likely. Oopsie. It already jumped a local downtrend creek, right? I'm writing it out. And it did found support on 1096 with a double bottom. And then we need a stop loss here, so I guess it depends on what you want to do. Yeah, it's like dancing around this line right now. This is struggling to get over. Like I said, it may need to see it kind of like hold here. I'm looking at the RSI on the 30-minute. I'm not really sure if it's going to go until it like back tests here. Because it may need to hold that break above. So there might be a little dip again. And it may even break this little wedge if it does. So we'll have to watch out for that. As it breaks that wedge, probably not going to be like a severe drop. It's like a 60% kind of thing. It may still come back down again to the bottom. And that could be evidence. Yeah, it looks like maybe right back to 11. So that might be a good way to determine support again, because that could be one of those things we're looking at that as a potential falling, what do you call it? Falling triangle. So I still think that dropping beneath like 1090 is not ideal. I think that would be not good, right? So not quite there yet, almost. Well, may have a good entry today, so it's trying. Not yet succeeding. Yeah, I mean, you can see why that would be a problem if it can't manage this. It drops. It's like a little kitty cat ear kind of thing. You also don't want to see it like push up to 1122 and then drop back through this marker. So keeping this alert on this trend is important, because you might see a cat ear that goes higher than 1120 and doesn't hold support and then dives back through. That would be bearish. That'd be like a head fake, right? And then the likely result of that is going to be way more than just 1080 or whatever. It's probably going to be, or excuse me, like 1090. It's probably going to be much farther. So then you'd be careful, because you'd see like more breakdown potential. That's where you're looking at, all right, we may be going down to, you know, here. It's possible. So really, really important to get that break and the support here. And then from that point forward, I think we're going to be waiting until Friday. If it happens now, cool. If not, whatever. I don't know if it's going to give it to us today, but it'd be nice. All right, so if we breach above and then close below, it's not good. I think it's very likely it's gonna nosedive Friday. Unfortunately, that's really all you can say about it. There's always a chance of like a fake out, but That to me would look like distribution, like boom, boom, boom. If it goes above and it manages to just hold that support and it closes above like 1120 today, I think there's a really good chance that it's going to go, especially if it makes a higher high here. I think there's a really good chance it's going to go on Friday. And that's all there is to it. I'll put that in the Discord. You don't have to take that trade, but I'm not going to keep streaming. So if you guys need to reference that, that's kind of the one I've got on my radar right now. The other one is probably Fang. I think it's not quite ready yet. LAC's one that maybe we might see go as well soon, but yeah, I think Fang is like one of the only green stocks I have today. No, it's not green anymore. It was this morning. I'm just not sure if this is going to break out now or retrace a bit. So I'm just kind of waiting. Even if I could trade this right now, you have to be careful. It's expensive. And then U-time, we're talking about 30 cent. We're not there yet, so. Anyways, it's been a good day. I think we picked out some good ones. We got at least 2 or 3 that may go well. So, and then some that are like maybe, you know, we're just kind of waiting to see. None of these are particularly awesome right this second. Everything's kind of like maybes. Now MPW went green on the day, just barely. This weekly candle actually looks pretty good. If it can close high here, it might be okay. It's not like an engulfing bearish candle or something. It just looks like a reactive pullback. Pretty low volume too after that breakout. Anyways, there's not much else to say about that though. I didn't check out the crypto stuff. We'll try to do that maybe tomorrow or the next day. I know that the market's not open, but we can still look at some charts tomorrow, maybe for a little bit. All right, guys, I'm done. Appreciate y'all. Hope you have a good afternoon, and we'll talk